Good gracious, everybody, if it isn't episode 159 of the Warhammer podcast that goes by the identity of Look Out, Sir. My name is Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I take it upon myself to introduce my special friend, Phil. How you doing, Philip?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing perfectly fine. Above average.
Did you notice the subtle nuance within my introduction, Phil? The slight difference?
I did. The mild rebrand from 40k to Warhammer.
But why would we be doing that, Phil? What might the occasion be?
We hate 40k and we're quitting the scene. It's because...
I'm sure that would delight a great many people, but that isn't, in fact, the case. We're staying with Warhammer 40,000, but...
Yes.
Something happened in the wider community that...
Exactly. Games Workshop put out a not the Warhammer 40k preview, showing us the delights of all things non-40k related. So we'll be talking about that. We almost got very close to a not 40k episode completely, but there were some 40k related stuff that we just had to talk about. So in addition to the not 40k preview, you're telling us about your delightful time at the Bristol... No, not Bristol. It was the Brawl GT.
The Brawl GT event that took place at Entoyment in Poole. I went there, near the Bournemouth. I went there and I played 5 games of Warhammer 40,000 in a tournament setting, so we talk about that.
Yep. And then there's been some new updates for 40k in terms of points adjustment and a mild FAQ, which we'll also cover as well.
Exactly. Death Guard, Phil, in 7-man units now.
Huzzah!
Woo! God, it's all coming up Millhouse. Much like this 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
Philip, this week's 5-star review comes from where do you think so?
I am throwing that dart on the pinboard and it's landed on Audible.
Oh,
I guess UK, if I had to be more specific.
No, that's fine. Audible,
is it a bullseye? Or has
Audible is more of a general, kind of thing. It's too ridiculous within the confines of Audible to specify a region. Although,
I'm sure someone said Audible Germany gave us a review at one point.
Well, if that is the case, that isn't what we're talking about today, although I will make an effort to hunt down all of our Audible reviews and do a better job of documenting them. No, Phil, this review comes via Apple Podcasts of the United States of America.
I've pinged my dart off the board. It's flung into the back of someone's head. I'm way off.
That's true. And this person's head is shaped like the United States of America. Where within America, we couldn't say, although the individual is called Seth 5 in Tennessee. So I feel like we could possibly guess.
We could narrow it down, yeah, unless it's a double bluff, of course.
Tennessee, now my American knowledge is pretty limited here. Is Tennessee a state or a place within a state?
Oh, I'm going to guess state, but...
You think Tennessee is a state, not a place within a state?
Yeah, I don't actually know. I think it's in the south somewhere, but...
Oh, yeah, no, it's a state. It is a legit state.
Oh, yes.
There you go. So Nashville
Points.
is located in Tennessee. That makes sense, yes.
Yes. That is the thing within the thing.
Yes, yeah. There are other places within Nashville. Knoxville, Jackson.
Just Jackson, not Jacksonville.
No, just Jackson.
Okay.
And then Dyersburg. I've never heard of that either.
Sounds great.
But there you go. Google Maps has furnished me with all of these incredible places. What's this? Chattanooga?
Sounds like a great place.
Let's click on that place. What's that place got going for it? Ooh, it's quite pretty from the external views. I imagine, residents of Tennessee will tell me that it is a horrific place filled with violence and hatred. But
maybe. I mean, this is very riveting for the podcast, both for me and the listeners.
Hey, it's important that we expand our knowledge of all things.
No, but I can't see what you're seeing, though. That's the problem.
Oh, right. It's very sort of green. It looks nice. Okay. And then there's a nice picture of the Tennessee Aquarium, which I suppose is like a tourist attraction of sorts. Anyway, this comes via Seth V in Tennessee, or Seth the 5th in Tennessee, via United States of America, Apple Podcasts. It is a 5-star review, as is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to leave us a 5-star review, you know just what to do. Head on over to the places where you are able to do so. Leave us a 5-star review. And at some point in the far-flung future, we will get around to calling you out over the internet and doing a terrible job of identifying the place in which you reside. Terrible, naughty behavior on our part. Also, if you want to go that extra step and be extra special, you could, if you are able to, support us on Patreon. Chuck us a couple of quid. We obviously really, 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 really appreciate it. So, yeah, please consider supporting us on Patreon if you can, but don't if you can't. It's no big deal. And then lastly, there's merchandise, which, again, there are links for in the description because everyone needs Lookout Sir merch in their life. Right, Phil?
Exactly. If you're going to a 40k or non-40k event, you could just wear it with pride.
Absolutely. That is all we ask. Anyway, this film is our 5-star review. America sends its regards. 5 stars. This has become one of my short lists of go-to Warhammer podcasts. Ooh. I love that this is just 2 mates sharing hot takes and not getting bogged down in metas or the competitive scene or excelling at life in any meaningful way. How dare you? How dare you? Anyway, keep bringing your truths, gentlemen, and I will keep bringing my ears. Seth 5 in Tennessee. Well, Seth V in Tennessee. It actually rhymes when you say Seth V in Tennessee, especially if you sort of, heavily emphasize the C bit at the end. But anyway, the point is, thank you so much for that 5-star review. Really appreciate it. Phil will expand with a thank you.
I know. Thank you, Seth. We greatly appreciate it. We've made it to your very fine short list. Obviously, we hope we're at the top. Even if we're at the bottom of that list, that is better than nothing, because clearly we don't amount to too much. However, I know you said we don't talk about competitive or meta. However, Dan is going to smash that out the park in this episode with all his talk of tournament chat. So sorry for that in advance if that's not your thing. We talk about it from time to time, but we're not die-hard competitive podcast, even though I'm sure that would give us many more clicks because it seems like the Americans do love a bit of competitive chat.
As do the Brits as well, Phil. It's not just an American thing.
No, I think more focused in America as a percentage of the 40k gamers, so is my general impression. But that could just be a completely misguided impression that I have. But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your love. We've amounted to nothing, and we are poor, homeless people.
That is how it is.
And this is the one thing that keeps us... Oh, yes, pretty much. We spent all our money on plastic.
That's it. Our mothers are very proud.
Well, yours is. Yours is, for sure. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Not yours.
No, not at all.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Phil. That sounds quite sad. Poor thing.
I know.
All right, well, there you go. 5-star review over. What a treat for the senses that was. Thank you very much, everybody. We hope you enjoy the episode. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are not going to talk about Warhammer 40,000, although there's a risk, Phil, that we might do for one little bit of it.
Sadly so.
It's true. Because one of the things is not like the others. One of these things just isn't the same. But now it's time to play our game. I can't remember all the words to the old song. Plus, also in my mind, anyway, doesn't matter. I think actually you're supposed to say 3 of these things is the way the song went. 3 of these things belong together. 3 of these things are kind of the same. But one of these things just doesn't belong here. There you go. I do know the song. Anyway, the point is, Phil.
Yeah, I think there's like 6 things now, so you'd have to update it.
I would. I haven't got an accurate count of everything going on here. But the point is that Games Workshop's Warhammer community team took it upon themselves to do a not Warhammer 40,000 community update video thing, right, Phil?
Exactly. Glorious as it was.
But what is not Warhammer 40,000, Phil? I have never heard of it.
Well, everything that isn't Warhammer 40k.
I can't imagine a world
so
without Warhammer 40,000 in it, Phil.
I know. It's just if you cut and bleed 40k, then none of this will be relevant to you. But there's some Age of Sigmar stuff. Ooh. There's some Horus Heresy stuff, which is tangentially 40k related.
Oh, you've already spoiled it.
Ecosystem. I know, sorry. Well, I think there's actually 2 that does it as well. Then we've got some Underworld, we've got some Old World, we've got some, I think, Warcry, this orc stuff. And then there's some the big epic stuff, even though it's not called epic, which again is Horus Heresy themed, so tangentially related to 40k kind of.
I think less so than the earlier Horus Heresy stuff, though.
Yes, because it's a completely different scale, whereas the Knights Archon is playable in 40k.
Exactly. So, basically, there was a load of stuff that wasn't Warhammer 40,000 revealed. Don't worry, though, because when this episode goes out, there is an update from the good people at Games Workshop to give us more Games Workshop Warhammer 40,000 related goodness. This Saturday, isn't it, Phil? The 15th. They're going to hit us with another 40k update because it's like, I'm trying to think of an example immediate. It's like Fraser Crane and his brother Niles. His dad always had to give him a present whenever Fraser was doing well. That was a thing that happened in the show.
Right, yeah. So this is the Battle for Ogham. I presume it's the results, and the preview said on those results. So if Tyranids are winning, we get loads of Tyranid models. If Space Marines are winning, we get loads of Space Marine models. I think last time they announced the swing, it was towards Tyranids. So potentially we're going to get a load of Tyranid models.
I doubt it somehow, Phil.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just rigged for Space Marines. And isn't it great that everyone around the world got to participate in this campaign? Did you get to submit any results?
No, Phil.
No, because you didn't have a Leviathan
box. I didn't have a Leviathan box, no.
And I didn't either, and therefore we didn't have even the models to play. But we could have, if we had a code, we could have played a game not using Tyranids and still submitted results on behalf of the Tyranids. We could have been Tyranid allies of some sort.
Yep. My Knightly Household or Death Guard, or maybe my Mechanicus, those are the armies I've been playing, could have been possessed by GSC and thus...
So I was going to say I could have taken my Astra Militarum as like a Gene Stealer.
Yeah, that could have worked as well.
Militia. Yeah.
Anyway. This is too much Warhammer 40,000 chatter, Phil. We've got other things.
The klaxon is, blaring at us, and the hazard warning light is on. So we've got to go back and talk about some more fun things in the world of Age of Sigmar.
Indeed. Reset the clock. It's time to talk about Age of Sigmar, specifically the cities of Sigmar, which, as I understand it, was a concept first birthed through, was it second edition Age of Sigmar where the cities came into existence? Acknowledging that me and Phil are really new to Sigmar, really, so we have to kind of... Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was first edition, because they basically took the old factions of humans,
Yes.
well, Empire, let's say, because Bretonnians went the way of the trash can. You had Empire, you had dwarves, and you had elves. They were all rolled into Cities of Sigmar in the first edition, I believe, but I think it was then more fleshed out in the second edition.
Quite probably.
But it's something obviously is still pushing forwards, although it seems like they're focusing just on the human elements, and that the dwarves and old school elves might be disappearing. We don't fully know yet, based on what the final contents of the list is going to be. I assume it's going to be a mixture of the brand new miniatures that we've seen, and some of the old ones will still be usable and viable, because it won't be a complete range refresh, I expect.
I mean, part of me hopes it is, because I think that's sort of Sigmar working at its best, right? I think Sigmar flourishes within the confines that it kind of sets for itself. So when a new lovely range comes out, they do a really good job of, one, actually quite healthily fleshing out that range, even though obviously it wouldn't rival the Stormcast Eternals, or maybe some of the larger kind of factions like the Seraphon, or the I don't know now, maybe even like the Gloomspite Gits. They're actually quite a numerous faction.
I sort of feel like Seraphon's a good example of an old fantasy range that has had new models come into it, and also replace some of the older ones. And I assume, so yeah, there are still some kits that are still viable, some of the like larger monsters and stuff, but a lot of it is going to be replaced. And it might be that this is like a wave 1 for Seraphon, and a wave 2 might come on and replace a lot of those older kits as well, even further. And it might be a similar thing for Cities of Sigmar, where eventually it will be a full range refresh. In a way that might make some more sense. So Cities of Sigmar's very distinctive looking from the old Empire, from fantasy, especially since we've got the old world coming back. You would think maybe they want those old fantasy figures sort of designated for the old world instead.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the stuff that they announced for this essentially amounts to the Cities of Sigmar kind of core box set. So they are giving us a box set not dissimilar to what you have seen in 40k for Sisters of Battle, for Astra Militarum, for Black Templars, for Beast Snaggers, and obviously not dissimilar to what you've seen in AOS for the Realm Lords.
Seraphon was the most recent
one. Yes,
one.
Seraphon just had one as well, actually, most recently as well. So, yeah, it's not an uncommon trope within Games Workshop that they did this box set. And this box set in this instance contains 5 cavalry, of which I do not know the name. Phil, what is the name of these cavalry?
I don't actually know either. Let's see if I can have
Free Guild Cavaliers. That's what they're called. Oh, no.
Oh, nice.
No,
yeah.
Hang on. Oh, no, yeah, no, that is them. That's the name of them. Yes, there's the Free Guild Steel Helms, which is the rank and file, and the Free Guild Cavaliers, which are the cavalry unit, would you believe it? So, yeah, you get 1 unit of cavalry, 2 units of the aforementioned Steel Helms, and then you get a selection of free characters. And it's worth saying, for those who may have not seen the miniatures just yet, these are ruddy bloody gorgeous, it's fair to say. I am gobsmacked by how incredible this range looks, Phil.
Oh, that's understandable.
It's a very, 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 very special range of miniatures. I think it's tremendous. I can't really say anything negative about it. I think the idea of playing humans in the mortal realms, facing off against all the myriad horrors that exist within this crazy chaos, death, destruction fueled, madhouse that is Age of Sigmar. I think that as a kind of fantasy in and of itself is quite fantastical and quite compelling. But when you partner it with just some of the most incredible miniatures Games Workshop has ever produced, I just think this is a slam dunk, in my opinion. I think this is incredible. Like, I just can't really say enough great stuff about it. I love it.
No, Well, that is good.
I love the sincerity of your response to that. Yes, Dan, I have processed that information. Affirmative.
I do agree with you for the most part.
Oh, okay, let's have it.
Reiterate my same issues that I had before, and I do think they're a beautiful and a gorgeous range. However, they're too angular across the sculpts. It's as if the designers gave themselves an in-joke challenge to not use a single curve. Just use lines for everything, especially when you look at the armor, the guns, the shields. There's not like a single curve in. I mean, there are some, but is very overly stylized, as if they're like an anime, and it's all very sort of pointy and sharp angles. Whereas if you compare it to what we see later, which is the Bretonnian Knight, beautifully curved and rounded, and feels much more what we're sort of used to from a sort of Games Workshop miniature. And you can almost like visually see the difference in terms of, this guy's got a cape, or his shield it's all flowing, very, lots of curves and bevels. Whereas these guys, when the capes are hanging off them, it's like all still harsh, sharp edges and corners and stuff. And that's not to say it's awful, because it's not. They're still great. But that's the one little thing that slightly bothers me with them, is a bit overly stylized, with these like harsh angles, basically.
But what about Talia Vedra, Lioness of the Parch? There's all sorts of, curves on that.
Well, yes, I think more because of the creature rather than her. But like, her back chair, again, harsh angles, right? Everywhere. Her, maybe her herself, actually, she's got, some softer curves on her armor and stuff in comparison. But like the things like the shields and stuff are very overly angular.
But, the wings of the lion beast, I mean, they're curvy all over them.
Oh, yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The line is very different and distinct. And actually, the thing is, while it is objectively a beautiful sculpt, and it is beautifully mad and quite high fantasy, I actually think it's a bit out of place with the rest of the army. And I know you had like griffins being ridden in the old Empire as well, but what I kind of was liking so far from everything we've seen, it's just the gritty humans, a bit low fantasy and low tech, and then this kind of actually is the complete polar opposite of that. Which is, for some people, a nice juxtaposition. Obviously highlights the fact that they're like a real hero, and obviously it is a bit like us, just like Hero Hammer, which is what Age of Sigmar is. But yeah, I don't think this is needed, really. You didn't need a big giant model to sell me on this faction. I could have quite happily just had a single, like a dude on a fancier horse as the main hero.
I mean, how much more of a
that would have been
fancy
perfectly
horse do
fine.
you want?
Well, I know, because all the horses are quite fancy already.
I know, but look at this horse. It's a lion. I mean, that's pretty fancy.
Well, I know, but what I mean is you didn't need to do this to impress me, Games Workshop, but I'm still nonetheless impressed.
What is the name of, is it a chimera? What is this creature? It's
no, I think it is
it's a lion with wings and a scorpion's tail. What's that?
I think that is a chimera.
Is that a chimera?
Yeah. I think so. I'm sure they do say it somewhere on the...
Quite possibly. I haven't been able to find the words anywhere in it, but I love it. I mean, again, for me, I think at the end of the day, it still is Age of Sigmar. And Age of Sigmar is a game outside of maybe Night Haunts, even though they actually get black coaches, which are pretty big and stylish, actually. But with very few exceptions, Age of Sigmar is the place you come for big, gorgeous centerpiece monsters that you can kind of build, incredible armies around. So I think if the Cities of Sigmar did not have the same, it would be a bit of a letdown for them.
True, but like I said, I would have happily had a guy on a horse, or like a fancy general in a steam tank, and they redid the steam tank or something like that. Like, they didn't need to go so high fancy with the mythical creature, but it kind of works. It's a gorgeous sculpt. but it is in my mind slightly out of place from the rest of the army. But
no, that's fair.
I'm willing to go along with it. But then, to be honest, I love the wizard guy, but he also sort of looks a bit out of place. He almost looks a bit like a chaos cultist rather than a human magician.
You're talking about the
Alchemite Warforged.
Yeah, I like that guy.
But again, it's like taking the wizard concept and putting a twist on it. He's not just, a fire wizard. He is a metallurgy wizard instead, effectively, which is kind of cool, and it looks very different.
Yeah, I love it. I think again, like sincerely, like every bit of this range is amazing. Now, I am very much in the early stages of my Age of Sigmar career. I have an army that I'm continuing to work on, and that is very much my Iron Jaws. I do also have a collection of Gloomspite Gits that I've been building up over time as well. So for me at the moment, I'm going to very much stay in my lane. I'm not going to be looking to buy Cities of Sigmar, but I think they're fantastic, and I hope that they do extraordinarily well, and I hope they're so popular that they dethrone the Stormcast Eternals, and they can just go away, and we can have a fun fantasy game without silly Stormcasts in them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, these guys could be front and center for the next edition of the game as like the core lead good guy faction, right? There's also, so since this preview, they've done another preview with more Free Guild miniatures, which is the not Free Guild, Cities of Sigmar. They're the Free Guild Fusiliers, which are the guys and girls, of course, with, I wouldn't say Palisades, but they're not there. Oh, I had it here a second ago.
Big shields.
The big shields,
Pavises,
I think there is. Yeah, Pavises, which are, they're sort of mobile shields that they kind of trundle along, stick in the ground, and then they can hold the gun horizontally through the shield and shoot. So that's very cool. That's a nice, interesting take on like a musket squad, effectively.
It looks like they've got a geezer that runs away and gets them more black powder as well.
Yeah, and it's got a cool ability. I think it allows you to gives you rerolls to hit or something. Rerolls to hit for the phase. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I guess he's just like a token, but it actually has a meaningful effect in the game, which is always cool when that stuff
We're
happens.
often in favour of that here. We love a good old, miniature that has no actual in-game purpose other than to represent something.
Codex Surf, as I always like to say.
Mate, 100%. No, I mean, again, I understand your reservations. I don't agree with them, but I understand them. I think, for my money, these guys look incredible. And I think everything that's going on with Age of Sigmar at the moment is just super exciting. And I think these are a really, really great addition. So I am absolutely in favour of this. I think it's amazing. And God bless it, is all I say. I think it's incredible.
No, it's true. It's definitely an army that I look at, and even I've said it's too angular, I still look at it and go, "Oh God, I'd love to have these guys." I like a good human faction. These guys is definitely something I'd like to get at some point down the line when I've finished my Nighthaunt, and then it would be basically between these guys, Seraphon, and Cadron Overlords. I think in terms of another army.
Indeed. All right, well, next on the list is Horus Heresy in the form, Phil, of Plastic Knights. Ooh.
Dead fancy.
Well, fancy mush. I mean, oddly, Phil, in preparation for talking about this, do you know what I did, Phil? Could you guess?
Did you dust off your night and have a look at it?
No, I didn't do that specifically. I went back and I listened to an interview with Jez about the creation of the first night kit. And he talked about how back then it was basically an incredible process in terms of being able to manufacture the kit, the work that went into it, the fact that they would basically have one shot at it, and that it was something that obviously as a business they were just trying to push themselves to see if they could even do. And what's really funny actually about that same interview is he speaks about the fact that he works about 5 years out which would correlate to about the time that these things are now shipped. So funnily enough, there's a chance within some of the words that he said that he may have not indicated directly, but hinted towards more knights to come. And these may be that.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so, actually, because these are the Hold My Beer nights done by the Forge World studio, not the Games Workshop studio.
Oh.
So they created the original smaller nights with the slightly, let's say, derpy legs, where they're doing that old Space Marine squat pose, where they're just, they're doing wide-legged pose. These are the Forge World team going, they're cool, but we can do it better. And I do think proportion-wise, they knocked it out of the park, and like they're visually way more cooler and interesting knights. If I had to pick between these Forge World class versus the standard Games Workshop ones, I think these knights have always been way better. Sorry, Jez.
Sorry, Jez. It was like that time where you and I went to the store birthday at Tottenham Court Road, and Jez was there, and he was griping about Mechanicus for the same reason.
Yes, well, with that one it was slightly different because they beat him to the punch, because he always wanted to do Adeptus Mechanicus, and then Forge World had done Adeptus Mechanicum beforehand, which it does show, and it is funny because actually, rather than retrospectively going, okay, how can I now fit my ideas into the Horus Heresy range of pre-existing designs, he's just gone, nah, I'm just going to do my own stuff still, which is why the 40k Scutari and Mechanicus is bonkers, right? It's all very Leonardo da Vinci themed. Every unit is wildly different from all the others, whereas I feel like the Horus Heresy range is much more kind of consistent in terms of its like sort of technological state and design. And yeah, you still get some weird issues, right? So the Castellan robots, which they created in 40k, are meant to predate. They're so old. They're older than the Horus Heresy. But yeah, there's no rules for them as far as I'm aware in Horus Heresy. They don't visually fit in with anything in the Horus Heresy either. There's no like nods or winks to those units. Whereas I feel like the Forge World team does a really good job at quite often looking at a 40k unit and let's do an older version of this to show the evolution of where that 40k kit would have evolved from within the lore setting itself. Whereas, Jez was like, no, I'm just doing my own thing.
Yeah.
Birds with wings and flamers. Yeah, that'd be cool.
But it was quite funny just how open he was. No wonder he doesn't do those sorts of things anymore. That's why they're not allowed out, because he just sort of gets into a rant about how people have upset him. Anyway, the point is, in this instance, we have the Cerastus Knights and the Archaeon, the Castigator.
Castigator. So Cerastus is the class of knight, which is the one I was saying I like, the long-legged knights. The Castigator, I think that's the...
Flamer one, right?
The Flamer and the Chainsword one, and then the Castigator is the bolters, bolt cannons, and the giant power sword, effectively.
Yes, yeah. So what's the pronunciation for the Flamer one? The Acheron?
I would say Acheron.
Acheron, that's the words. There it is. I've heard people say that before. But yeah, I mean, I've always liked, not obviously well enough that I'd learn its name, but I've liked the Flamer Knight over time. I've always thought that was a gorgeous kit. Strangely, I think the paint job they've done on this does it a disservice. I actually think the Forge World pictures of this miniature are far superior in its original Forge World colour scheme.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but I think that's me. It's the same with the current models that they show off on the Forge World website, that they've adopted this kind of like heavy metal style of painting schemes, whereas I much preferred the older sort of true scale ethos and painting that they used to do, where it was much more like sort of more basic painted, but with lots of texture and weathering and oil washes and stuff, and sort of darker color schemes and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think the GW paint schemes, I mean, it's intriguing, right? Because the Forge World paint scheme for the very same knight is the exact same color scheme, right? Like it's the same knightly household. It's the green, the gold, the bone. But yeah, their old resin version is stunning in terms of the paint job. Whereas, yeah, for some reason, it's just a bit too clean, isn't it? It's a bit too...
But I would also say that there's something about the actual sculpts being in plastic that have that same problem. And I remember when they did that with the Land Raiders and, Spartans and stuff that they ported over. It's like, because it's now all done in CAD and it's all plastic, everything is like super crisp and not overly detailed is the wrong word, but there was like almost like a softness and a natural realism to when it's like cast in resin and there's these slight imperfections because, not everything's symmetric. Those kits would have been sculpted by hand and stuff. They wouldn't have been like CAD designed. So when you see it sort of ported over to CAD, it's sort of lost a bit soulless. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but there was a certain charm to Forge World resin and the old sculpts that the CAD stuff doesn't have. And I think that's just, the human element to it and the natural imperfections that you get with those older kits. So, yeah, I think, a combination of, weirdly, how good the plastic is and that it's CAD designed and the paint scheme. It's like a combination of those three that just make me go, just doesn't look quite as cool as the older stuff.
I think one of the major bugbears is that, for me anyway, I think the kind of carapace, the kind of top shielding, the overall kind of like the sort of the stuff that sort of rests above their head, the main kind of like armor thing at the top. I think that is clearly more slender on these plastic minis. Certainly the shoulder pads are smaller, or at least at a glance, and also the lower legs are definitely thinner as well. I think obviously because the Forge World stuff is made in resin, they can accentuate certain components that maybe in plastic molding, because you have to be conservative of space, you just have to kind of, rein in. So although it has the feel of the Forge World miniature, some of the components of it, some of the positioning isn't quite as dynamic or not necessarily as exactly the same as maybe the original design intent. But it gets the point across.
I would say it's mostly, I think probably the carapace and the arm panels are the same, but it might be off ever so slightly. The thing that is noticeably different is the ammo feed belt from the flamer to the body. That's a different design. And I was actually going to make this point anyway, that the one benefit of resin, right, is that it has this property that you can heat it up and it bends. It's all flexible. So you would get these ammo feed belts on these knights, and you can do any kind of like dynamic pose that you want with these knights. You could have them running. You can point them to the left, to the right. The gun could be flaming around in the air, and you can always very easily pose that ammo belt or the feed of whatever weapon it's for quite easily. You just put it in hot water, or you use like a hairdryer or a heat gun to bend that resin, and then you can make it conform to the shape that you want. I'm not quite sure how they're doing it with these plastic feed belts. So
it's 20 individual pieces, Phil.
Is that what it actually is?
I don't know, I'm guessing.
Well, because it either has to be 20 individual pieces or however many it is, so, and that you glue each one individually, or it's like a fixed one piece of plastic, or probably, two halves that you then glue together, right? And that then your gun, effectively, your main gun's always got to be posed in the exact same way, regardless of what you want the rest of the kit to be doing, because that belt can't bend at all because it's plastic rather than resin. In an almost like in a big brain move, it would have almost been better to have done the whole kit in plastic, with the exception of the ammo feed, and supply that in resin. But obviously, loads of people are just scared of resin, and obviously it's a completely different manufacturing issue as well. So they wouldn't have done that, unfortunately. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see, because I don't think they talk about it. They didn't talk about it in the preview how that works. So it'd be interesting to see They do say, so the components have been designed to be fully articulated when built, meaning you can pose your Cerastus Knight class knights without worrying about matching up two fixed connection points. Because obviously sometimes you get like these different pins and stuff like that. So they're saying it is posable, but I don't know how they'd be doing that feed, basically.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, Phil. I mean, the good point of these is that there's every potential that these will be a great deal cheaper than their Forge World equivalent.
Yeah, but not like by much.
You say that,
think.
I mean, that night
there'd be 100,
225 for that night.
Yeah, I suspect it'll be 125.
Yeah.
So it'd be 100 quid. So it'd be 50% cheaper, which is cheap, but it won't be.
And theoretically, you'll be able to access it through discount retailers, so you will get a percentage off of that as well.
Yes, no, that is true. Actually, yeah,
because the Forge World resin
because I remember when
the Forge World resin stuff won't go for retail through, say, Element Games, but this logically will.
Yes, no, that is true. Because I remember, I think when something like the Spartan stuff came out, like it was cheaper, but it wasn't like mind-blowingly cheaper.
No, it was considerably cheaper.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I'm going to have to remind myself by checking what the current going rate for a Spartan is. Admittedly, I don't think I'm going to be able to way back machine and tell you how much an old Spartan was. But
yeah, I don't know.
An old Spartan was hundreds of pounds, though.
True.
So currently,
maybe I was thinking maybe more like the
quid.
Contemptor. Yeah, I mean that's still expensive.
Yeah, but I bet you the old Spartan was 150, 140 quid. I bet you it was. I can't remember for sure, but I bet the old Forge World one was expensive.
True. Oh, interestingly, when you look at Contemptors and Leviathans, you don't get the new kits because I guess they're now just available via Games Workshop. Potentially
that, or they just give you the option to buy their torsos. You know, those weird full.
Yes, no, it is the torsos. Yeah,
all you get is torso now.
That's true. Yeah, so Fellblade, which is going to be resin, is 230. Yeah, so
basically, we should all be buying these new fancy knights. Is what you say,
yeah, and obviously we talked about it before. They get full rules in 40k. So
reset the clocks, Phil.
Obviously. Oh no, yeah. Sorry, the klaxon's going again. Let's quickly talk about Age of Sigma. Let's talk about how much we love Oryx.
Yeah. Anyway, Horus Heresy is a great game. These will be a great addition to it. I am looking forward to running Imperial Knights in Horus Heresy, but I'm also looking forward to.
These knights are beautiful. I'm waiting. Obviously, they're going to do the whole range. I'm really looking forward to the knight Megara, like the kind of Mechanicum.
Oh, that's ones. A good one.
That was one of the ones that was because they used to do a triple bundle. It was the Megara, the Styx, and then it was I can never remember the name. It was the one that had like the Void cannon, which was like the Cerastus class one. That also looked a bit Mechanicum. So they did those three as a bundle, and I was like, oh god, I'd love that as like a mini 1,000 point to 1,500 point army. So hopefully when it comes out in plastic, maybe one day I'll make that plunge.
Yeah, there's the Mechanicum Cerastus Knight, the Atropos.
Megara. That was it, an Atropos.
The Atropos.
Oh no, the Atropos is the giant one though.
Yeah, the Atropos is... I love the Atropos, to be fair. I think it's pretty great. The Megara is the... a Questoris Knight Mechanicus variant, and then there's the Styx, which is the other Mechanicus variant. And then there's the one that I can never work out how to pronounce, but it's the Acastus Knight, the one that's just a big gun platform.
Oh, with two twin guns.
I love that guy.
Not that one, but the others I always liked.
Anyway, so yes, new Knight kits. Go out, everyone. Bye. Next, a game that neither of us have played, but I hear good things about it.
Lies. I've played loads of Underworlds. I haven't played the new version Narwood.
I was going to say Warcry.
Plenty of... what, you're skipping to the wrong thing then?
Have I opened the wrong thing? I opened it in the order that it appeared.
Well, I'm opening it in the order that it appears on the Games Workshop Warhammer Community website.
Very well.
In terms of the articles are being listed.
I thought I had done the same, but it's fine. We're going to talk about Underworlds then. What are we talking about in Underworlds, Phil? Come on. You've played this. You love this game, apparently.
It's a pretty solid game.
Oh, yeah? What's the rules? Tell me about it.
Well, you have some dice.
All right, yeah.
And you roll them. Two warbands fighting on a hex-based grid with sort of a card game deck-building mechanics to it as well. You're getting glory points by standing on objectives or killing other people and completing your cards that, again, you can customize. And then every character you have can level up. I can't quite remember the technical term for it, but you flip your card over when you're enchanted or whatever it is. You've done a thing and you basically get a power up, so you can level up your characters mid game to make them slightly better. Inspired, that's the word. I think it is. And this
I'm
is
listening to a pro. The pearls of wisdom.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, don't make me be a sports commentator.
For Underworlds. Always move in there. I presume that's got a benefit or a negative. I guess we'll find out. I'll tell you what is a benefit, though, Phil. Hold my hands up. This is actually me taking a proper look at these for the first time ever. Why don't you tell us, Phil, what I'm talking about?
This is Skabek's Plague Pack. So this is a Skaven warband. So the good thing about the Underworld stuff is that there's always Age of Sigmar rules for them as well. And much like what they've done with a lot of Kill Team stuff, I know the klaxon's about to go off. So much like they do with that, it's a great way of expanding and fleshing out really like kind of cool miniature ranges in a kind of one-shot, one-and-done way where they don't really need to do any more to it. It doesn't need to be a whole unique army in and of itself. And quite often they're just kind of like cool sculpts. So there hasn't been really, with the exception of the odd single character, any updates to Skaven at all in Age of Sigmar. And Age of Sigmar's got to be 9 years old or thereabouts, or 8 years, something like that. It's 3 editions old, right? So it's more than 6, if not 8, 7, 8.
Yeah, it's aging.
And there's barely been any Skaven releases. So this is probably a breath of fresh air to many Skaven players because it's new stuff that they can buy. Is kind of really cool sculpts, but very sort of, they're not updating or changing the aesthetic to Skaven whatsoever. They're just newer sculpts and showing you what they can do with, new plastic design and, technologies. So yeah, it's cool.
Amazing. I think, like these Skaven miniatures, if this is what a new range of Skaven could look like, I feel like those Skaven fans out there should be, kicking up a stink because Underworlds never really fails to deliver in terms of quality, but these are stunning. Like they are phenomenal sculpts of.
Yeah, so we've got like a plague monk rattling a little bell and swinging some little sensors around with smoke coming out of them. There's a tiny giant rat, if there's such a thing, a tiny rat with holding a bit of warp stone. I think that like one of them is a plague monk, I think, again holding a sensor, and then there's a slightly more burlier one swinging a big mace. With a sensor on it as well. I think, are they the Plague Seekers, maybe?
I assume they must be,
and then there's two, like, sort of general sort of scavy rat characters, one with 2 daggers and one with a little stick of some kind and a scythe in his hand. So, quite a compact warband. I think, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 models, which is quite slightly on the higher side for Underworlds. I think 4 to 5 is probably the average in terms of the numbers that they get.
It's incredible, though. I mean, again, unlike Phil, I'm no expert at Warhammer Underworld, so I can't really speak to whether they're any good in the game or not. But flipping hell, they are phenomenal miniatures. I think that is such a, positive indication of where Skaven could be in the future. I love the way that they've incorporated all the kind of sewer details into their bases.
Yeah. So one thing that Underworlds always does is does sculpted bases, so you don't have to worry about that. You can just paint it up. If you then want to try and incorporate it into your AOS army, then you might need to do a bit of jiggling to make sure your basing matches whatever your army is. If it's slightly different, if you've got Skaven in the snow, you might need to redo the bases somehow. And normally all the feet are molded on, so you might need to cut them off onto new bases or just cover the base because it's sewer style, so you could cover it in snow quite easily and blend it in with your army without too much difficulty.
But yeah, extraordinary. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Love it. So yeah, well done them. What else can we say? They're fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's good. I always like VOS warbands. Obviously picked up the Headsman Curse recently. Looking forward to when that arrives in the post. And I'll get those built for my Nighthaunts.
Well, Phil, what's next, mate?
It is the trumpeting sound of the Bretonnians.
Really? That came before Warcry as well, did it?
Yes, it did. At least on my... sorry, Dan. So this is a single miniature champion. He's a chivalric knight on horseback, carrying a banner. Battle standard bearer, I think is how he's called. Painted in the colours of Duke Gastely, the Red Hand of Brion, because obviously it's all very French. Pretty cool. It's sort of like a very old school style of model in terms of like proportions and stuff. But yeah, lots of curves, lots of, not so many angular, hard angle straight lines like the Seeds of Sigma.
Again, as reductive a statement as it is, it's dead pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's cool.
It's pretty in a different way. I don't like it as much as the Cities of Sigma designs, but I do love it in its own way. I think, the Bretonnian range has always been gorgeous, and this continues in that endeavor, right? I think it's just a really cool mini, and I think, again, a really promising sign for the work that's being done on Old World. I think if this is the sort of stuff that we can expect, I think it's amazing. I think it looks really, really great. Like part of me wonders if they've deliberately kept some of the aesthetics of the older sculpts. So it's like it could be more detailed or it could be styled very differently. A bit like the Cities of Sigma, like Guys on Horse, right? It could be like that, but I feel like they've probably gone, we're releasing this alongside a lot of the old plastic models like the cavalry, I think they have talked about. So we want something that will be a bridge between what could be like new sculpts and what is the old sculpts, which are quite dated. But we don't want the new stuff to look out of place. So potentially these designs could be slightly hamstrung by trying to keep them stylistically like the old ones. Whereas if it was a complete range refresh, maybe they would have done something slightly more different. I don't actually know, but I think they're trying to hark back to that old aesthetic. So these minis wouldn't have looked out of place if they were released a long time ago, but obviously better manufacturing, production like now rather than then. Yeah, because they've made it clear throughout the whole process that the goal is to enable those that have kept and loved their Warhammer collections in the years since Age of Sigmar's arrival, that theoretically you should just be able to put those on the tabletop, rebase them potentially. They are saying that base sizes are increasing. Yeah, sizes have gone up, yeah. But they've also said you don't need to. You can, because you'll be just shoveling them around on movement trays anyway, you could just put them on the movement trays because the movement trays will be representing the size that they are. But yeah, a lot of the issues before was the square bases were very small, so therefore it was very difficult to rank and file up a lot of the models, which is why I think a lot of the downside of the older fantasy line is
every model has to be boxed in to not overhang its base, because as soon as it does that, it's knocking or touching another model, which is obviously what it can't do. So yeah, that's why they're increasing sizes to make that less of an issue.
Absolutely. But again, it's a great mini. Everything I've seen on Old World up to this point is really exciting. I don't think I've got room in my heart at the moment to play it, but I am really intrigued by it. I think as it is right now, I'm stretched too thin as it already is. So I have to draw the line somewhere, but I do really love what I'm seeing with this. So I am excited for those who are excited about this stuff, because I think for those players, it's a really great thing to have this returning and to be able to re-engage with this. Hopefully the rules are as amazing as you hope for. Hopefully it's 6th edition Warhammer all over again.
Yeah, I mean, it could well be. I think they're going to hark back to a lot of rules mechanics. I mean, much like Horus Heresy still keeps sort of very old school rule mechanics. And I think it'll be one of those games where it will only get better as time goes on, much like the original Horus Heresy. Yeah, it's like, here's the rules, here's a few things to play with a couple of factions. I think they've announced with Old World there's going to be, a bunch sort of pseudo supported, but there's nothing going to be fleshed out for them or rules coming out for them. And I think some might not be supported at all. I'm not 100%. But I think as time goes on, each faction will get a bit more support and will be folded into the story, and hopefully have, new miniatures produced for them as well. So a bit like how, Blood Bowl started off with 2 teams and now it's got all the teams. It's like, it'll only get better with time.
100%. 100%. I think that's it, right? There is a nostalgic part of me who used to play Warhammer. I had an Empire army. I really dug it. It was fun. I enjoyed everything up until like the end times, and then it all got a little bit and then I kind of fell off quite massively with it. So, there is a part of me that would love to revisit it, but for now, I'm happy to see it coming back, but I'm relatively happy sort of letting that be enjoyed by others for now. But maybe if it all turns out really well, it might be something to dive into. It might be the bridge filled between 40k and Napoleonics.
Well, that is true. Yeah, I mean, I've got 2 old collections. I've got my original dwarfs that I had, and then lizard men as they were back in the day. So I've got some of those old ones that I bought when lizard men first came out, which was, I think, 3rd or 4th edition fantasy, and then I actually got some more when AOS first came out. So I've still got some of those from then as well, which was still the old range back then. And a lot of those have been superseded by some of the newer sculpts that have just come out. So yeah, I've got some choice if I was wanting to dabble. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it's like.
100%, bro. Now do we talk about Warcry?
Now we can talk about your favourite thing.
I don't think it is my favourite thing, because it's Crawl Boys, isn't it?
Oh, it's not quite Iron Jaws, I guess.
It is not Iron Jaws,
I thought
even a little bit.
It is tangentially related to your Oryx.
I mean, it's all part of the same book, right?
Reason.
And I think there are some really nice sculpts in there. So for those of you who don't know, basically, once upon a time, turned out Warcry was a game about Chaos Warbands. Now, it's about everything.
Yeah, I still feel like it was cooler when it was just Chaos Warbands.
I agree,
but I understand why they wanted to expand it out, because sort of like, why not? But also these could have been really cool Underworld Warbands. Like you could have made a bit more of a distinction between 2. Apparently the rules are good, sort of nice, easy, and streamlined. I always thought it was trying to be a bit like Mordheim, but also not being anything like Mordheim at the same time when it first came out. But yeah, concept wise, with the fighting over the Chaos gates or the 8 points, I thought was cool.
I think where this is obviously different from the Underworld stuff is the notion that you're able to actually go with a more fully fleshed out warband, I suppose, as opposed to what is essentially a gang or a squad or a group in Underworlds. Underworlds just feels like it's, as you said, like 4, 5, 6 kind of things.
Yeah, on average, it's like 4 things. This is normally like double that, I think.
Yeah.
Plus, you can get big monsters and all sorts of things going on.
So again, I think it just gives them even a little bit more kind of flexibility to explore ideas. Plus, miniature-wise, these miniatures are made using more traditional mainline Games Workshop plastics, whereas the Underworlds are more easy build in their philosophy.
Oh, that's true as well. Yeah, a lot of the Underworld stuff is push fit most of the time.
Yes.
I don't know about these because I've never built any Warcry stuff, but I suspect it is.
I've seen the miniatures. I've not built them, but I'm familiar with their kind of sprues, and they're pretty much in keeping with the more mainline, as I say.
So they're not coloured then, not coloured plastic.
Not the ones I've seen. They could be in some instances, but everything I've seen is more traditional GW sprues. So again, I could be wrong. I haven't extensively explored the range, but I feel confident enough in making that bold statement. But yeah, this is a really cool Cruel Boys warband. I am flirting with the ideas of adding some Cruel Boys to my collection, but the thing is with them is that Iron Jaws are just so much cooler. They're more my kind of orc archetype, right? Like I like the burly, bulky, muscular.
Your burly football hooligan orcs. Yes. Whereas these I always felt Cruel Boys were very like labyrinth inspired. Even though there aren't really orcs there, but I guess there's trolls and goblins and stuff. A bit more like, dare I say, realistic orcs and scarier orcs, as opposed to orcs which are like more funny.
Well, I think my thing is with the Iron Jaws, what I like about the Iron Jaws is that they don't have any little ones around. They don't like waste their time with any of the snivelly little grots and stuff. They're like, you know.
Yeah, do you know, I've not realised that, but you're right. Yeah, they're just all like, we're our boys. Yeah. And they're all really big orcs as well. Yeah. They have been having their protein shakes.
Yes, exactly. They're a blunt instrument, it's fair to say. They're just a wrecking ball. Whereas the thing is with the Cruel Boys is that they are more of a kind of sneaky
and cunning.
Yeah, they exhibit a lot of what I would consider very un-orky attributes.
You got the two gods, right? You've got cunning and brutal, effectively the two. It's Mork and Gork, right? One of them's cunning, one of them's brutal. So Iron Jaws are very much a philosophy of brutal, right? They're just all power. These guys are much more cunning, and they're, you say, doing more sneaky elements. So it's the other side of the coin of being an orc.
100%. And I absolutely appreciate and respect their place within the range. I didn't outright hate them. Some of the miniatures that are within the Cruel Boys range are phenomenal. I mean, incredible in some instances.
Like the big guy on the vulture.
Oh my God, amazing.
That's a beautiful model.
There's some stunning miniatures within the Cruel Boys range, so I can't, be mad at them. And this, to be honest with you, is a great addition to it. I don't love the knob or the war boss or whatever he's called, the guy in charge.
Yeah, he's a bit too top heavy for me. But that's quite often the way. He's just carrying a lot of stuff though, isn't he? He's got his big basket of eggs.
It's like one of those little gnomes from Golden Axe. The ones that that kick him and potions come out of him.
Yes, quick, get the potions.
Anyway, so I don't know. I think, he's a real letdown in my opinion. But everything else shines. I think the general Cruel Boys with the skull masks, the dude with the claw marks on his chest, even the strange ape creatures. I mean,
of the baboons. Yeah, it's a bit odd because I think were they like undead or vampire baboons or chaos baboons? There was some other type of baboons they did recently as well.
I don't know. I can't remember the other type of baboon. I remember there was obviously the ones that came in the ogres. They were what were they? Yetis.
Yes, they're quite old ones. Though. No, there was more, some that were way more recent. I'll see if I can look them up. But I do like the little goblin with the giant egg. That's very cool.
Yeah, I like that touch as well. I like the idea of the sneaky gobbo, nicking an egg. Like, that's cool. There's a lot of really nice touches to it. But yeah, like I say, I mean, I would, if this was Iron Jaws, all in. Like, yeah, give me that Iron Jaws warband all day. But this is like, it's all right. It's good. It's just not. It's a thing. I'm just not totally on board with the Cruel Boys. I just think they're fine. Although, again, I don't know. Do I like Cruel Boys more or less than Savage Orcs? I actually think I like Cruel Boys less than Savage Orcs. I think they're probably number 3 in the pecking order for me.
Oh, really?
Well, because Savage Orcs have the...
They're still more classic orcs, I guess.
Well, they've just got some... I mean, again, like sculpt-wise, like some of them definitely are, showing their years. But, when you look at they did the Mad Mob for Underworlds, and also the Shaman sculpt that they did. I forget what he's called officially, but like the Shaman with the tribal mask sculpt is phenomenal. And so there is some really nice stuff in the Savage Orcs. And I think, again, even though they are a bit, kind of basic, I still quite like them. But yeah, no, Iron Jaws are my number 1 though. I love them Iron Jaws. They're phenomenal. So, and these Cruel Boys are fine. I don't play Warcry, and I don't really care that much about Cruel Boys that this is going to make me want to play it. But if there was an Iron Jaws warband, I'm all in.
Yes, that's fair enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're ghoul baboons from the Flesh Eater Court range. So Nightmare Quest was the latest Warcry box that featured Stormcast and Flesh Eater Courts, and in that there are like undead baboons.
And that's the war.
So Warcry, I mean, you in Warcry, yeah. So that was the latest starter box that they did, Stormcast and Flesh Eater Court, which has some a baboon in, or two baboons in fact. Yeah, they look cool actually, a bit just mad as a thing. So because we're all in the realm of beasts at the moment, so it makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to find pictures of them.
Yeah,
I found them. Oh my god, they're gnarly. How have I never seen these before?
I think they came out earlier this year, like a couple of months ago.
That's just because I've literally no interest in Warcry up to this point.
Oh yeah, that must be.
I mean, wow.
I mean, it was on what it would have been in one of the previews a while ago, I think.
I mean, I'd struggle to say I like those miniatures, but they are interesting.
The stuff of nightmares for sure.
The Stormcast are so boring, aren't they?
Well, I actually really like those ones because I managed to get hold of them, but for conversion processes for Might Under Warriors. But, that's 40k, so I will not be talking about it.
It could be Horus Heresy as well.
And yes, it could be.
Or,
yes,
Unification Wars, which is...
yes, that is the dream.
I quite like the dude with the skull mask, actually. The Stormcast with the skull mask looks quite cool.
Yes, the Notch Chaplain.
No, what do they call those in Sigmar? They call them Relectors, don't they?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
That's quite cool. Cool beans! All right, well, there you go. That's Cruel Boys. Lovely, lovely. Last on the list, Phil. Nothing that significant. Pretty minuscule release. Tiny almost, you would say.
Tee-hee, yeah.
What are we talking about, Phil?
This is Legion Imperialis, which is epic for the Horus Heresy. So Epic was a game many years ago. They did several different versions of it, which is at small scale. Used to be in those days 40k, but now it's Horus Heresy. So small scale models pushing around tiny tanks, tiny titans, tiny units of infantry, which are very small. So they've released a box set which contains some solar auxilia, some legions of the Imperium, so the Space Marines, and then I believe you get 2 Warhound Titans as well. So it's done in the same scale as Aeronautica and Adeptus Titanicus. I think they've said, though, both games are sort of getting supported still. I think Titanicus is. Aeronautica, I think, is effectively stopping, but the models for the ones that are still compatible for Horus Heresy, I guess, will port over to Horus Heresy at some point. They've said that this won't be, or they have no intentions of it ever being 40k, but, maybe one day. But it seems a bit of a no-brainer to do that. But at the same time, it feels like 40k is more the domain of generic Games Workshop, whereas the Forge World, which is now the specialist game studio, is much more focused on Horus Heresy. So maybe the focus is just going to be on that. So obviously there'll be things like Mechanicum coming down the line, other Space Marines, and they're going to flesh this all out with everything that you can get your hands on currently for Horus Heresy. But what's also interesting is they previewed effectively new models that don't exist in the Horus Heresy game yet. And I think it's in the form of the Sentinels, basically. They've done, I don't know if they've got a specific name, if I can find it. They might have them. But yeah, they're like old school Sentinels.
But they're the solar...
Four solar auxilia.
Yeah. Which look incredible. I mean, this is the thing, right?
Do you know what? There's a continuity error. The small Mars Alpha Lehman Russes, which have always historically been, actually no, they're designed completely differently. So I was going to say they're missing the filters that go on the back, because they've got the trench rails. They don't have the filters, but then they've actually got a very different turret mounting as well. Sorry, for the hull. The whole mounted gun is different from the existing one. Fits in much more in line with the other Solar Auxilia vehicles. So it's interesting why they've done that, if it's just for this scale or if they plan to make those changes at the 28mm scale tabletop game.
It looks like they can point their hull mounted guns up. It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yes, they can pivot up and down. Yeah, because the Malkador tanks have that same sort of similar aesthetic. Yeah.
It's really nice to see that it's not just Space Marines out of the gate, though, right? I think that's a real win, because that's what you were expecting, right? With this, it was going to.
Oh yeah, I was, yeah, and in a way, I think for Space Marine players, it would have been better for them, because they can have just done what I did with Horus Heresy and just be, I'm just going to buy one box and that's my Space Marine army, right? Or the generic forces out the gate. Whereas it's almost like you've got to be a Space Marine player, but also have an allied force of Solar Auxilia or traitor Solar Auxilia, I guess, out the gate.
It's making someone out there wish that they bought those Realm of Battle boards for Adeptus Titanicus.
Oh god, yeah, they were beautiful.
I know.
But yeah, it's a shame they aren't ever coming back. But it sounds like there's going to be like new terrain and stuff.
Yeah.
So they might redo those boards as a limited run, or potentially, they've done the plastic Zone Mortalis tiles. Maybe they'll do gaming tiles in plastic as well, which would be quite cool.
I'm really intrigued to understand what kind of mechanics they're going to focus on with these games, though, because the thing that would occur to me is that if you were going to basically add infantry and tanks, so smaller units to Titanicus or even Aeronautica, I think you could understand how these units would work in support of bigger miniatures. So if it was all basically this is Adeptus Titanicus and the stars of the show are the Titans, but in support of the Titans you have infantry units.
You can have other stuff, yeah.
That mechanically as a game design could create some interesting nuances in gameplay. But I worry that this is just going to be one of those things where it's just more of it's the simulation of kind of warfare thing, where it's a lot more kind of, I don't know, it becomes a little bit more about just blowing off the opponent off the table. And again, I just hope they've got some interesting design decisions in terms of how they're building it. The system that I loved from a kind of rules perspective was Drop Zone Commander. Drop Zone was really clever because the drop ships were kind of like the main event, and the infantry was just purely there as a kind of, I mean, they did have conflicts and stuff, but they were majoritively used as kind of representative tokens for capturing buildings and holding positions and so on and so forth. So it became about maneuvering these things around the board and holding positions and controlling that sort of ebb and flow of gameplay. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this from a gameplay design perspective and what kind of rule set it actually ends up being.
Yeah, because I think, so James Hewitt, who's the designer who originally did Adeptus Titanicus, said he always designed it with the idea that it could become epic and that they could add in smaller units. And he was like, I've sort of laid the groundwork for that to happen. But what's interesting is with this, they've specifically said that Adeptus Titanicus is the granular, in-depth game about controlling all the functions within your Titan. So you've got power levels and shields and all sorts of stuff. And they've sort of said, this isn't Titanicus. So it's probably more focused on the generic forces, and then Titans will be there, but the game mechanics for Titans won't be as complex as they are in Adeptus Titanicus. So they're two separate games, which is odd because so it feels like they might have, whereas it felt like maybe that James's idea was that it's Titanicus, as you said, but with other stuff added around it, but the focus would still be on Titans, whereas it feels like maybe that's not what they're doing now, and they've gone in a different direction. I mean, the old rules for Epic 40k that they released, actually no, not Epic 40k, it was Apocalypse, which was very large games. But I think the rule set for that, I know the Klaxon's about to go off, was very much themed around, I think it was effectively epic, but scaled up. So the idea that you could blow stuff up really easily, effectively a whole unit was just, effectively a token to represent a unit, which is sort of what it is in Epic. So those rules seem pretty good. And it'd be interesting to see if it's similar to that, or if it's a completely new thing. It probably will be something completely new. But I wouldn't be surprised if they looked back at older editions of Epic and, cherry picked the best rules and the best ideas, but hopefully with some slightly more modern gameplay mechanics thrown in there.
Yeah, no, agreed. It's going to be interesting nonetheless. I think, a new game system is always exciting. I think the thing that's fun about this one is the fact that, it's entirely new, although obviously it will carry the weight of that history, but the fact that they can kind of express their kind of ideas however they want to, and they don't have to kind of accommodate existing game systems if they don't want to is probably a plus. So we'll see what comes of it. I mean, again, similar with Old World, really love the idea of it, but I mean, I bought a load of Titanicus stuff and they've all just stayed in boxes. I know you're the same, Phil. Didn't you get the actual first printing super duper box of Titanic?
Yeah, I got the Grandmaster. It's Grand something or other edition, which was the first run that they did, and then they did a second run of it, and then they did the smaller launch sets. It's still up in the loft, ready to play. I was thinking about it mere days ago, saying we should probably give it a go.
Break it out.
I feel like at least maybe I've said it loads of times. Every year we pick a specialist game to play alongside 40k.
We did, Phil. Do you remember what it was?
Was it Age of Sigma?
It wasn't Age of Sigma this year, Phil. Come on, think about it.
Well, I remember Tim ages ago going on about Necromunda.
Wasn't Necromunda either. Come on, you remember.
Papa? No.
Dreadfleet, Phil. Where's our Dreadfleet?
That's also off in Loft. I need to have a read through that. And
you said, Phil, you get it all built and we could play some Dreadfleet. That's what you said.
I know. Yeah, that would be a good one to do actually as well. Yeah. There's so many of them. There's so many. We just
but we picked it, Phil. We picked it. Of all the many, we picked that one.
Okay, I'll get.
You said you were going to get it done.
I know. Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah. To be honest, it would be. Well, no, that's true. In a way, it'd be easy to do Man of War, because when I get that from my parents, it's already all built, or what's left of it, I guess.
Don't you start trying to reverse out of this cul-de-sac, Phil.
Okay, right. I'll just do Dreadfleet at some point. I need to, take a month off and sometime on what's left of summer, and I'll get it built. It shouldn't take that long.
It shouldn't take that long to build them, mate. I mean, they're all basically push fit.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
And you don't need to convert them, for God's sake.
No, exactly. No, I wouldn't want to either. I think it would be best to build it just as is.
And we can play it in your dining room. It fit perfectly.
Oh, it probably. Yeah, let's hope it does. Yeah.
Have you tried out the blue mat on the dining room table?
No, I haven't. The blue mat is still sealed in its protective thing. I need to dig that out. I think it needs an iron or something as well. Anyway, getting back to Horus Heresy, yes, brilliant. Like you said about Titanicus,
Horus Heresy, Phil,
would be great to play. And actually, I've always loved the idea of having a Sons of Horus force themed around drop pods and stuff like that, and woefully impractical in 40k. Not 40k. Horus Heresy's normal scale. It's a bit difficult to talk about normal scale versus.
This is called Legion Imperialis.
Legion Imperialis epic scale. It's odd that they've still kept the name epic in there. But whatever, it is what it is. So I feel like that force I could own, but it would have to be this new smaller epic scale. But obviously the force that I want isn't out yet. So this is a game, again, like Old World. I'll sit on it for a while. I'll wait till the range is bigger, and then I'll get around to it. But it'll probably be that thing of I'd love to play it, but I'll never get around to it. So it just won't happen, which is a real shame.
Another box set for the loft.
Yeah, the loft is full. I can't get any more box sets. If anything, I need to take them down, not put stuff up.
I mean, this could be a good time to sell that box set, though.
Oh, yeah, true. If people want the Titans, yeah.
Didn't it come with scenery as well, that box set?
I don't think it did, actually. I mean, if it did, it maybe had a couple of those little... towers or city buildings, maybe. They did produce more, and I don't know how much of that is still available. It might be it's come and gone, and eventually they will maybe redo it all for this game. Because there's definitely new scenery that they've shown off in some of the images. What's funny is in every article that they've talked about it, they've gone, oh yeah, games on mass battles with hundreds of miniatures or hundreds of infantry and, loads of vehicles and stuff. And they've only ever shown you photos, and it's 5 squads or something. It's really small scale. What they haven't shown you is a mass photo of tons of stuff actually happening. They haven't shown me anything that's actually larger than a Horus Heresy 3,000 point game yet. And when they do that, then I'll be impressed. That's what I'm looking forward to. But I suspect they're holding that back because they're just focusing on the launch box and not the other miniatures that will be coming later.
So what you got, Phil, in your Grand Master Edition was 2 warlords, 6 knights, 3 bits of terrain, dice measuring, and books and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Because the one thing
not even that much when you look back on it. I thought it was much more plentiful than that.
Yeah, I really want to get a Reaver Titan. That's the one Titan out of all of them that I've always loved the look of. Obviously, I'm never going to own a full-scale one. So, yeah, a Reaver Titan to go alongside those would look cool. They've obviously showed off the plastic Warhounds. Some of those guns look a bit funny, but they're old resin. They've been around in resin, but they're new for plastic. And I've always found the Warhound odd. It feels like a product of the past that doesn't fit in with the modern design aesthetics of the knights. Every single knight and Titan, with the exception of the Warhound, fits in visually in that same sort of style of carapace, helmet, arms. Whereas the Warhound is the one that's we've got a dog head. It doesn't fit in with anything else, and they've not done any other designs that skew away from that kind of design philosophy of the Knights and the Warlord Titan. I mean, the Reaver ever so slightly, but in the olden days, it didn't matter. You had the Reaver and the Warhound, and that was it. And then I guess you had Warlord and Imperialis was Imperial, some of that, Imperator Titan, and every single one was like completely different. But the Knight range from 40k, and then the Warlord Titan is designed to much more like look like each other.
Yeah, I mean, the Reaver wasn't a million miles off the War.
No, it was similar.
Or the whatever it's called, the Warhound, and the Nemesis Titan, the Warbringer Nemesis. That's got a bit of a sort of.
Because isn't that the psychic one?
No, it's the one with the big cannon in the middle of its.
that was the one that came out more recently.
Yeah, but that's got a bit of a sort of big derpy face. It's got like a.
Yeah, I wasn't keen on that when it came out.
No, it's sort of a bit kind of. I mean, I don't even really know how to describe it, but hey, if you're spending 950 quid on this thing, fair play to you. Clearly it's a face that only lunatics can love.
I thought you were going to say it's Mechanicus Mum.
Well, indeed. But there you go. Look at that. That was the Not Warhammer 40,000 previews. What was your highlight, Philip? What did you like the most?
Despite giving it criticism, I think it has to be the Cities of Sigmar. Like, it is a really stunning range, despite my little issues about how pointy it is. It's definitely up there. I think Epic, as cool as it is, just felt somewhat underwhelming.
It's because you're not interested. You know, you're at this point. Like, you and I have gone through this journey where you're now at the point, as am I, where we are sitting on so much of this stuff, and we know we are aged and limited and broken, and we know that we only have so much time left on this planet. And we know we're not going to be able to get round to it.
I know. Do you know what? I was watching an interview with Thomas Pirin, the creator of Wartime. It was like a 2-hour-long interview on YouTube I was watching. And I was like, that is a game I desperately just want to play, like, for the rest of my life. And I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice by playing other games instead. I'm almost like, no, I want to sack off 40k, but I'm a bit like, 40k takes up far too much of my time and space. And it's like, I feel like I'm missing out on much better games instead. It's like, I'd love to play more time or at all. And it's, but I've only got so much limited time. I'm going to die at some point. I want to maximize the amount of time doing other stuff as well.
Imagine, Phil, if you were producing 8 hours of, or rather spending 8 hours a fortnight working on a podcast.
I know, I might have actually finally built that More Time Warband that I started probably like 2 years ago. I mean, I've got so many projects I started 2+ years ago and never got around to finishing.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Because I love this podcast because it reconnects me all the time with the hobby and it keeps me engaged with it. And I love the community and I love all of it. But it is also the absolute sap of my time. Like, it's like, if you take all of the time that we have put podcasts out, basically, that is all of the time that I could have poured into making armies. And that's not including editing and stuff.
We're at 159 episodes?
This is episode 159, yeah.
All right. And if each episode is conservatively 4 hours long, because at minimum they're always like 4 hours. You could say 4
nowadays. They didn't used to always be like that. But
let's round it out to 3 hours each. Like,
I think 40 is a more realistic statement. But yeah,
yeah, it's like.
Or sorry, 4. It's a more realistic statement. 4 hours, not 40 hours.
Yeah. So 159 times 4.
640?
Well, close, 36. 636 hours. So what, divide by 24 of the number of days that is, 26.5 days. So it's a whole month, non-stop 24 hours of stuff we could.
Well, that's again, you're discounting editing time and the time you need to spend sat in here having a chat before and after.
Oh god, yeah. Like,
so literally, I think if we actually added if we could probably bolt on an extra 2 hours. I mean, editing alone takes me. So whenever I put these things out, I spend about between 3 and 4 hours on a Friday night, the night before these things go out. getting it done. So basically, you can bolt on an extra.
Well, double
4
it for
hours.
you then, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it's 159 times. Let's say times 9, and then divide that by 24. Yeah. So I've spent 2 months of my life doing this.
Yeah, it's
Could have painted a lot of armies in the 1,431 hours.
I mean, I could have painted at least one new unit.
Exactly, Phil.
Conservative.
I always default back to that stupid Red Dwarf joke that no one ever remembers, which is where Rimmer's going through a wormhole and he says he's not the Robinson Crusoe type, and I'm sure people have heard me say it before, but that's how I talk about you all the time, Phil. 6,000 years, I wouldn't even finish plating the wood. That's the film.
Is that the Rimmer World one?
Yeah, that's Rimmer World. Yeah, where
Brilliant.
he's clones himself and all that stuff. Anyway, highlight for me was the Plague Pack. I think they're gorgeous as miniatures. Again, I'm not going to play Underworlds, but those minis are incredible. Actually, on balance, I was dead impressed with them.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I really hope they do some more range refreshes for Skaven. In fact, talking about Caesar Sigma, I'd kind of love them to do dwarves, and I don't want to do high elves because I feel like they've done that with the Lumineth, that they've sort of been transplanted into them. Whereas I feel like old school dwarves haven't been redone, like Fire Slayers and Caldron Overlords are brilliant in and of themselves, but they are new takes on the concept of dwarves. Whereas I feel like Lumineth are effectively high elves rather than whereas the, what are they called? The fish elves, Item Deacon, they are like a new high concept of elf. Like, let's do elves, but completely different. Like, they are the Caldron Overlord or Fire Slayers to the elves, whereas Lumineth are much more like high elves. So I would like them to redo classic dwarves in AOS, and I feel like there's been enough time that they could go and do that.
Agreed.
That would be really cool to see as well, Dan. And likewise, Skaven, I just think need like a range refresh like Seraphon, Seraphon. Yeah, Seraphon. Yeah, Lisbon. Although I would love to see something like Skaven a la Caldron Overlords, like Sky Rats.
Sky Pirates.
Like Sky Pirate Rats would be brilliant.
Rats.
I would, because I saw someone do an amazing conversion with goblins, or where it was like giant inflatable squigs with the balloons for the Caldron Overlord ships, and it's like you've got the dwarves in the. Not in space, dwarves in the sky. I would love to see orcs or goblins and Skaven have their own flying ships as well. So you could almost do like a whole mini subgenre of AOS, which is like all in the skies. That would be great.
I'd like to see an inverse of Skaven where they have become like anti-poison. So rather than
the
being
cleaners,
exactly, like a bunch of really cleanly, like elevated Skaven that are kind of
highbrow.
Very much more highbrow. Yeah, so it's like elves but Skaven.
Yeah, that would be the mad take on them. I think is they're all like reading books, being like intellectuals. It's like the gremlin in Gremlins 2 that gets the super serum that makes him really smart, and he's like reading books and stuff. That's what you need for Skaven.
Might I have a word with you? I'm trying to remember some actual classic lines from him. I don't remember any of the classic lines from him there. I know he puts the serum in the one that turns him into a bat, and he does a whole spiel about New York before the guy flies out the window. Yeah. Love that film. That is a top shelf movie. Anyway, there you go. Transitional noise. Would you believe it, Phil? Dan, went to a tournament.
Ooh, I can't believe it. Why would you do a thing like that?
It is not common, really, is it, for me to attend Warhammer 40,000 tournaments? Quite a rarity, you would say.
Yes.
Yes.
How was it?
Well, that is ultimately what we're going to explore, because this, Phil, it won't surprise you to discover, was my first ever Warhammer 40,000 10th edition tournament, no less.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised about that, because 10th edition is fresh off the boats, so to speak. Although I suspect I have heard of people still running like 9th edition tournaments, just because of the sort of cut-off deadline has been so tight for the rules, actually, of the data sheets for 10th coming out, that some events have been running 9th still. But yeah, it's good that you got to play some 10th edition.
It is good that I got to play some 10th edition, my friend. It gave me a lot of valuable insights, I think, on the general state of the game. Because Lord knows I've been making a lot of sweeping statements about how things are going in the general sense.
Does it turn out that the competitive talking heads, the people that have been saying that the game needs to change, are they all correct?
It's really interesting, and I suppose we'll get into that, right? Because here's the thing, Phil. From the outset, I need to obviously own up to a couple of things. Number one.
Did you cheat?
No, I didn't actually cheat.
You weren't the man with the 2 dice.
No. This isn't me admitting to being the individual that flushed dice down a toilet, apparently. Which, by the way, the fact that Element Games has, immortalized that moment by putting a plaque on the wall of their toilet stall is with said dice framed. Yes, that's quite funny. It's quite special, Yeah. Theirs is a moment in wargaming history, which I suppose we can talk about quickly. This was not the event where the guy was using weighted dice. That didn't happen.
No, because that was at Element Games, and you were... Was it Beachhead Brawl?
Not Beachhead Brawl, but Brawl GT. So this was a 2-day grand tournament event held at Entoyment in Poole, ran by Adam Shepherd-Jones and the 40k Brawl people.
Adam Shepherd-Jones, the first and original scorekeeper.
That is correct.
From the end of year quiz.
Indeed. How humorous that he had later been replaced by me with a cardboard box on my head and you shaking a Santa Claus around.
Puppet, yes.
Yes. Well, I mean, to call that Santa Claus a puppet... Oh, no, it did have... It gestured with its hands, didn't it? It had some hands movement.
It had some hands, but that was just me manipulating him. He was actually a Christmas decoration. He was just like a little plushie that dangles off of a tree, and I managed to, carefully wiggle his arms around.
Giving away all those trade secrets.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, the point is that, no, I wasn't that individual, but I was running knights, Phil. That's basically what I have to admit to.
The equivalent of having weighted dice, by the sounds of it.
I mean, I also use... did use Forge World Horus Heresy dice, which I can't lie to you, do feel sometimes like they might be a bit weighted, because those Ultramarine dice in particular, they feel like they roll very well.
Yeah, I seem to remember. So I played a game against Richie, the Quizmaster of the actual Quizmaster, not the scorekeeper. On the weekend, and he had the Imperial Fist dice, and I think they were also the Forge World ones. I could be incorrect, but they also seem to just roll an incalculable number of 6s.
I think it's just because...
As is the way.
Yeah, I think it's just because the symbols are on them. It gives you...
you spot them more in your mind, that's all it is. Yeah.
Plus, again, it's the fact that, Anyway, it's an interesting thing. But nonetheless, so I ran Imperial Knights. Now, I could sit here and defend myself by saying that every time I've gone to a tournament this year that I've not been helping out TOing, I've ran Imperial Knights. So ultimately, although I am still continuing to run Imperial Knights, knowing full well that they're very strong, I could pretend that because I've been using them in 9th edition when they weren't so good, that it's okay that I'm using them now in 10th when they are, But obviously I knew what I was doing, right? I was going there and I was going through the lists and I was like, well, my knights are painted and it's evident that they're very strong. So I may as well.
Let's give them a spin.
And this is for those who actually follow the goings on with the points and all the other bits and pieces. This is before the latest field manual, where their points have been increased quite considerably. So this was when you could get a lot more for your money.
Have you recalculated your list in hindsight to see what you'd have had to have taken out your list with the new points?
I'll tell you what, I can very, very, very quickly resolve that.
Because I guess if you go to the Warhammer app, it will tell you how many points you're over by now.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Yeah, all that's correct. Get rid of that. Hang on. Sorry, I appreciate this is amazing podcasting content that everyone's enjoying right now. And then, so if I was to run my list today, it would cost 180 more points than it did last weekend.
I mean, it's not insubstantial, but it's not 250, 500. It's not crazily overpointed, but I guess it's almost 200 points, which is still quite a fair bit.
It's certainly not nothing, Phil.
It's not like, oh, my list has changed, it's 10 points over.
Yeah. It's definitely not that situation.
I assume it's the price of a whole armature, or not far off.
Yeah, it's like an armature and a third, one and a third armatures.
Okay, how cheap are the armatures then?
140.
Oh God, that's cheap.
That is very cheap. Yeah, it's very cheap.
That's
very cheap.
In comparison to my Lehman Russes, that's cheap.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I'll run you through the list really quickly.
Oh yeah,
right?
Let's hear it.
So it's a Knight Crusader, which was the Warlord. It has the Avenger Gatling Cannon, which is the only weapon you have to have on a Crusader. Then it also has the Heavy Flamer that goes with that same Gatling Cannon, a Melter Gun, a Storm Spear rocket pod, Thermal Cannon, and had the enhancement of the Unyielding Paragon, which essentially meant that weapons received an additional minus AP. So if you were AP 4, you become AP 3, basically.
Oh, when you're being shot at?
Each armor attack is allocated to the bearer worse than the armor penetration. So not just shot, but also combat.
Okay, yeah, no, what I meant is it's not making your AP better, it's making your opponent's AP worse.
Correct, yes, yeah, okay. Precisely that. Then I also had a Paladin. That had a Melter Gun and a Chainsword, and obviously it came with the Rapid-Fire Battle Cannon. So, yeah, that was how that worked. In fact, this one did... I've recently redone this list. That didn't actually have a Melter Gun. That had 2 sets of heavy stubbers, because the heavy stubber comes with the battle cannon, and then it had a heavy stubber on it as well.
Right. And
it also had the Storm Spear rocket pod as well. That had the banner, which basically meant that I had sticky objectives. So it meant that I could basically use the Paladin to control an objective and then move off of it, which meant that I could always be pushing the tempo.
Was that quite useful in games then?
Other than the missions where it was sticky objectives regardless. But, c'est la vie. Then the Night Warden, and the Night Warden basically was a Night Warden, but it had the Thunderstrike Gauntlet thing. So it had the fist instead of the sword. Oh, nice. And again, had the Storm Spear rocket pod, and it had Mythic Hero. And Mythic Hero basically means that its Bondsman ability, which is -1 to damage, could be put on multiple armatures. So you could put it on 2 armatures, which is pretty useful. Then I had 1 Helverin, 3 Warglaves, and a Kaladas Assassin. And that was my 2,000 points.
That sounds like a lot of knights, but I mean, I guess it's 2,000 points.
It is 2,000 points, and obviously in the modern context, it's one more armature than I would be reasonably able to take.
Yeah.
Plus, I would probably have to get rid of Unyielding Paragon. So I'd have to lose an armature, and I'd probably have to lose the Unyielding Paragon, which is a 40-point enhancement. But that would exactly equal the 180 that I'm over by.
Okay.
Or I could try and remove the assassin and tweak things because, spoilers. The assassin was probably the least useful thing that I took. It might be representative of the meta that was happening at the event, but it was very rare that the assassin ever did anything.
Was the assassin more important for increasing the CP usage?
It was, and that was definitely valuable, and that definitely played a role in some games. But because the ability is that you trigger a stratagem, or you pick a stratagem, and then future instances of it will cost one more CP, it's really difficult to pick. Because matchup knowledge is still not very clear. I don't really obviously understand all the stratagems that people have, so I don't know what the kind of linchpin things is for these
surely,
arms.
though, Overwatch and Command Point Reroll would always be quite common, though.
Yeah, those are two good things to target. Overwatch is definitely a good one to target in a lot of instances. But yeah, I mean, again, but there are also some really integral ones to people's armies that I wish I'd known beforehand, so as I could have been a bit better armed in terms of picking things.
Yes, I guess you can't really ask them. Well, I mean, you could.
I could, yeah.
Is this the sort of stratagem you're going to use every turn?
Yes.
Just so I'm aware.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I joked with some of my opponents about that. I was like, could you just tell me the stratagem you're going to keep using so as I know what to wait for? And they were like, no. And I was like, oh.
Although I sort of feel like actually they should be honest and just say.
Why should they be honest in that situation? Because also as well, like, I mean, I would rather they didn't tell me than lie to me potentially as well, though. Because that's the other one.
Well, that's also true.
So I think the thing is, it's better that they don't tell you, because then it removes. Because again, imagine if they did tell you in good faith, but the matchup demanded that they use other things. And you're like, oh, what the hell, man? You told me you were going to use that all the time, and you never used it once. And then it's like, oh, it never came up.
True. I guess it's the difference between sort of your opponent revealing their strategy that they're going to do in particular versus you just not having knowledge of their codex. Because if there's one stratagem that obviously every like Custodes or Knights player, whoever they are going to use every turn, and it's obvious, and if you played a few games, you would know. I sort of feel like in good faith, they should just tell you that. But if they've got a particular strategy that they want to play, then maybe that's when it's fair enough to not reveal it, so to speak.
I think so. I mean, I asked as a joke, and I never really wanted them to tell me, and I don't think it's a fair thing to assume that people should tell you that. It's much like we've had these discussions before about like gotcha mechanics, and how the game
sort
is
of along those lines.
Yeah, well, it seems like the design ideas of the game is based around the notion that it's got gotchas in it, so you should just embrace those, because otherwise, ultimately you're just really, really, really overly kind of attempting to control the flow of gameplay, which is important in the competitive sense. But that needs to be done as a consequence of your knowledge, as opposed to, you guilting your opponent into feeling bad for using gotcha mechanics. Because the way I look at it is the game is clearly intended to have those now, especially with the changes to Overwatch.
Well, I would argue differently, Dan. I would say the game hasn't got gotchas, because now Auspex scan used to be a thing for specific factions like Space Marines. It always had a very limited range, so only certain units could ever trigger it. But now everyone has access to it. The range is kind of crazy bonkers, to the point where you as a player will expect them to do that at any moment. So it's no longer a gotcha because it's almost on you to go, well, it's in the game for everyone to use, and everyone will use it pretty much every turn, or at least once a back round.
Yeah, people know it's there, but it's still used as maybe not a gotcha in the true sense, but it's done in response to stuff. But anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
I think, it's fair. It's fair feedback. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, I ran that list. Obviously, I've played a lot of knights. Knights have essentially been my main tournament army since the 9th edition codex. I've pretty much exclusively ran knights since the 9th edition decks came out. There were a couple of instances where I ran Drakari when I was helping out at events or doing like TOing and just being like a ringer. But most of like the last 2 years has been spent either playing Imperial Soup or Imperial Knights. That's kind of been my mixture. And I gotta be honest, although I don't normally, and I'm not really saying I do now, put too much stock in ITC rankings. I've done 3 tournaments this year where I've ran Knights and done okay. So I only need to post 3 more results this year, which is totally reasonable to expect I will do because, we'll be, not you, Phil, but myself and Richie will be attending a Warhammer World event in August. I almost certainly will go to another event somewhere throughout the year. So, yeah, I probably envision myself running Knights for the rest of this year in terms of 40k, just to see if I can, do all right from a rankings perspective. Be nice. See how that performs. So around Knights, again, from the outset, just to talk about the changes that have been made to Knights, I totally agree with them. I still think they're really strong right now because I think the changes to Elder and the changes to some other things still create an environment where, relatively speaking, Knights are very strong. The changes to Fate Dice and the Wraith Knight feel significant enough that the armies that at least currently feel like they really threaten Imperial Knights are marginally neutralized by those changes. So I think some of the stuff that's actually quite strong against Imperial Knights has taken a bit of a hit. However, I am aware that there are some things that people could take that could really cause Imperial Knights problems and still have good matchups. It's funny, isn't it, Phil, right? Because the thing I think that's still probably going to start appearing that is going to cause a lot of people problems, Imperial Knight players as well as others, is yet again Devastator squads in drop pods.
The old chestnut of Firstborns.
I honestly, mate, I think it just seems like every which way you look at it, Devastator squads in drop pods are just 40k's way of keeping things honest. It's like, have you got a problem? Devastators in drop pods will solve that for you. And again, Grav Devastators in drop pods. Those things will cause Imperial Knight players a nightmare because, okay, fair enough, they're ballistic skill 4, but with Oaths of Moment, you could take 2 units of Grav Devastators. They will shoot 24 times. Yes, they're hitting on 4s, but they're re-rolling everything. So they just appear, and then they shoot you with everything. And that's, as you say, 24 shots, which is 12 hits, but then obviously you re-roll the 12 misses. So that's maybe 18 hits. And then they've got anti-vehicle 2+. So
2+.
2+ on Grav, mate.
Oh, wow. Oh, so it's no longer tied to your opponent's save, I guess, because it can't be the way
no. So if you're just a vehicle,
work. So it's just 2+.
Yeah, just wins you on a 2+. So a lot of people will tell you that, in 18 dice, you're guaranteed to get 18 wounds. I wouldn't necessarily be that naive because I've rolled dice long enough to know that you're probably talking about 16, 17 on a good roll. But even then, say you get 17 or 16 through, that Imperial Knight player now needs to roll 16 saving throws of 4+ because it's -1. They fail 8 of those, 8 of those is 24 damage. And
how much damage is it a piece?
3 damage each.
So even if it's -1 damage,
if you've obviously been able to get off the -1, then it becomes difficult. But
still 2 though. But
yeah, I mean, you get the 6-up feel no pain with Imperial Knights, so it's logical to assert that you may, come out of that situation with a couple of wounds remaining. But you're talking about 240 points, maybe with the drop pod. Call it, I think it's 310 with the drop pod. So 310 points that just rocks up in your face and just, gets you down to very few wounds. And the thing is as well, people look at it with drop pod builds. If I'm honest with you, I think you don't really need drop pods because the range is 24. And with the way vehicles and stuff work now, so you just move forwards with a vehicle, get out and shoot. So, you don't even need to necessarily... But I suppose the benefit of the drop pod is that it comes down and, makes a nuisance of itself. But yeah, anyway, that's where my head's at the minute. I think Imperial Knights are definitely enjoying a bit of a moment in the sun. But I think as soon as people lean into things that beat them, like Devastator Marines, I think it's going to be a really hard time for Knight players going forward.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was thinking about it recently, and I sort of wonder if one of the fundamental reasons why Knights do really well is melter guns no longer wound vehicles on 4s.
Yeah, it's huge.
Predominantly on 5s now because they stayed at strength 8. Or are they 9
now, yeah.
So they've gone up by 1, but most tough vehicles are 12. I mean, it ranges from 10 to 12. So I think Ellie Ross is 12 and I could be wrong on that. And a Knight is 12, right? So your main bar las cannons, your main anti-tank is a melter gun, and the fact that wounds vehicles on a 5 just feels really wrong. And it feels like that's one of the reasons why the meta's sort of skewed towards Knights quite heavily, is because there's very little stuff that can damage them, and you do kind of want that, right? You do want an ability to make things durable. I was thinking about 7th edition, right? So a las cannon will reliably hit and effectively do a wound on a tank, but it had I think like a 1 in 6 chance of just blowing up a tank. So it had a nice like swingy effect where you could one-shot a vehicle, but only if you got lucky, right? But then most vehicles had effectively 3 hull points. So 3 las cannons hits could take down a vehicle relatively reliably, assuming you can all hit and get through the arm penetration. And it feels like that las cannons still have that effect because they're a lot more reliable at wounding vehicles, but then melter guns don't have that anymore, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, to be honest with you. I think my main reason why I think Knights are good out of the gate is because they're just a good index for the stuff that people already own. A lot of these indexes, a lot of these new rules require people to rethink their collections. Wraith Knights have not been especially strong across the span of 9th edition. So not everyone had 3 Wraith Knights. Not everyone has the stuff that's in their armies that feels good at the moment. Whereas Imperial Knights is such a limited range. You know, me as an Imperial Knight player collector, I owned all this stuff. So it was really easy for me to start being optimal with Imperial Knights because I already had the stuff I needed.
Yeah. Didn't you have to source some missile pods because they're free now? So that was the only thing you needed to...
That is true, yeah. So I had to source some missile pods to represent those on the miniature so as I was able to run those in my games. So that was a necessary evil, as it were. So yeah, that was one thing. But again, from my perspective, you want that points efficiency. You want to make sure that because again, by not putting missiles on knights. You're just leaving points on the table. It's that thing now where-
It's like I was saying with sponsons on the Lehman Russ. It's like it doesn't cost you anything to run them. So the only negative it's only a negative to not take them, because you're not saving points, which is what you used to be. And same with the missile pods, right? It's the cost is inherently baked into the points, so it's like a bit silly to not take them.
100%, mate. 100%. So, look, I mean, a couple of other things that's probably worth clarifying so as people are aware. We used a bunch of different terrain layouts. I can't remember all of them specifically, but we used a bunch of different terrain layouts, and we used what were the old Vanguard Tactics terrain sets. So once upon a time, there was a company called Foreground. As far as I'm aware, that doesn't exist anymore. And they partnered up with Vanguard, produced this terrain set. So the terrain is very purpose-built around, the prior editions kind of expectations for terrain. What was interesting about that terrain was that it actually bizarrely didn't massively impact the way you play knights specifically. So one of the things that a lot of people critiqued about knights was the fact that they gained this towering ability, and that towering basically really changed the way they played. In all of my games, it never really came up because of the nature of the terrain. So I actually think that was to the knights' disadvantage.
Is that because the walls on the ruins were solid, so therefore you could never see through them high. Anyway? Yeah,
solid and high. That's okay. the key differences with that. So, yeah, it was very difficult to draw an actual line of sight to things if they needed to not be seen.
So, assault infantry, jump pack infantry's dream.
It does well for sure. The only thing is, I will say though, is that the layout of the terrain was such that these assault units definitely needed to commit to open ground in order to try and bring out the fight. Because the difference, I suppose, is when you come up against combat-based armies and you're playing knights, is that you're not in that guerrilla warfare. You don't care about the walls because you're a knight. So you just stand out in the open. So you kind of force them into situations where they have to engage with you in the open anyway. So although towering didn't really come into effect, the knight archetype forces your opponent to commit to coming out. Also, as well, it's fair to say the nature of the terrain that we were using forced a lot of instances where strong line of sight shooting was required in order to try and maximize damage. So, for example, Desolation Marines that have gotten a lot of publicity for all their out of line of sight shooting, they're really quite underwhelming when firing at toughness 12 knights. The way that they have to deal with them is they have to come out and shoot super crack missiles at them in a hope that they're going to be able to put them away with those.
And do they need line of sight?
They need line of sight for super crack, yeah. And then what also tended to happen in the instances where I played against Desolation Marines is they kept their sergeants out of line of sight even though the rest of the squad moved. And then that creates some interesting interactions because one member of the squad couldn't draw line of sight, therefore you still got cover. All that kind of stuff that happens.
Yes, yeah, no, that does happen, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a lot of interesting things.
Because I guess they're like, I don't want to move him so he can use his Vengor launcher.
Yes.
So, yes, he's got -1 to hit, but he's also got +1 for being stationary.
Yes, yeah. So it's one of those things where it's really interesting how all that stuff kind of plays out with Knights specifically. But the terrain, honestly, in my opinion, I think the terrain they use at Entoyment is really good. It's not, super immersive because it is just very basic, clean MDF terrain. But it does the job, right? I think it provides a pretty good competitive experience. And I think it does a good job of navigating some of the things that people are critiquing about the game currently. And then, the only other thing is that we use the cards, Phil. We use the Leviathan cards. I played 4 out of 5 games tactical. As in...
Oh, so they weren't preset by the TO?
Well, so no, that's not correct. So the mission and the twist or whatever it is all set. So basically the TO sets the deployment, the mission, and if there is an added rule. So I think it's called like something or other rain is no extra rules. And then there's a bunch of extra rules they add on. So basically the TO defines each mission by those 3 cards.
Okay.
And then the secondary missions are either played fixed, which is you look at your opponent and go, so everyone who played me went, bring it down, assassinate. Because I had 4 characters and loads of vehicles. So they could easily get great points on that. Every one of my opponents did it. It was like no-brainer, basically. Which again kind of speaks to how strong knights are, because every one of your opponents who plays against you immediately knows that they will have 2 strong secondaries that they can use. But I played everything tactical, except for the only game where I played against Imperial Knights.
Okay.
Because I looked at it and went, well, for the same reason everyone takes this against me, I'd be mad not to take it against you.
Did they do the same against you then?
Of course, yeah. Both of us just did the same thing. And again, just to go into the tactical cards, when you're actually playing them tactical, they are way better than Tempest of War. Tempest of War, in my opinion, a lot of people really like it, so I'm not going to sort of be unfair to it, but I didn't think Tempest of War was enough of Maelstrom for me. I thought Tempest of War was basically just the grand tournament secondaries that you drew every turn, right? The difference with tactical is that there's maybe 5 or 6 that you could play fixed, which are kind of traditional grand tournament secondaries, but there's maybe like 8, 9, 10, I don't remember the precise numbers, secondaries that you can only get by playing tactical and drawing them. And they have loads of interesting mechanics baked into them. Some of them that are really hard for knights to do. So like there's one where I had to be in each corner of the board, and then basically I had to nominate units to do these actions in the corners, and if those units were in the corner of the board, I could score up to 8 points if I had a unit in every corner doing this action. But as it was, when I drew that one, I got 2, because I was like, I have one thing in that corner that's going to do it, and no one else can get to a corner and, perform what is the equivalent of an action. But they don't call them actions in 10th edition. They're not called anything. It's just basically pick a unit. It can't shoot. It can't charge. It's doing this.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when I was reading through all the rules, and at some point it clocked like, oh, actions isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah.
And I saw people talk about actions being in the cards, but as you say, I guess they're not actions. They're just actions in all but name.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so all that stuff happened. Cards were fine. And that was the basic premise of the event, right? So all things being equal, it was a really well-attended event. It had around, I want to say there was 34, maybe 36 players. Had some very, very, very high caliber competitors, if you will. So some very strong players in attendance. Most notable, I suppose, of which being dear old Stephen Box, who was bringing some Genestealer Cult. He was unable to stay the entire weekend. Truth be told, I actually have to, say thank you to him, because, to be honest with you, his Genestealer Cult army killed 2 of the really worrying Elder armies on day 1. So basically, I think in his game 1 he played an Elder player, and game 2 or maybe even game 3 he played an Elder player, and both those guys were very good players, and he messed them up with GSC. which basically meant that I didn't have to deal with them, which was great. So it helped me massively. But yeah, and then there's some other players. There were a lot of VT guys there because obviously Steve was there, so a lot of those guys turned up. Simon Shepherd-Jones, brother of Adam Shepherd-Jones, he was running Custodes. He's a great player, and again, lots of really, really great people in attendance there, which is super lovely. So that was great. It was a really good feel for 10th edition in a competitive sense. My mate Ben was there. Ben from the mystery episode, Mr. Woodcock. That isn't me being mean or nothing. That's his legit surname. Although maybe me pointing out that I'm trying not to be mean is then mean because it means that it sounds like I'm mocking his actual name. I'm not. He's a wonderful human and I love him dearly. Anyway, the point is that, we had some good people in attendance, which was great. So forgive me, I can't remember all the missions. I'm going to struggle to remember all the player names. But game one, I played against Space Marines, ran by Joel. Joel is an incredible painter. I posted on my Instagram, the only photos I took from the whole event was my games against Joel, and his Space Marines. You saw those, Phil?
Yeah, they were really lovely painted. Yeah, I remember.
Incredible. I'm trying to convince him to come to RFW. In fact, I have convinced him to come to RFW.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, because I remember there was some spare tickets floating around at one point.
Yeah, so I think he might be coming along to that. He's a top human, to be fair.
A shoe-in for an award, no doubt.
As long as you don't bring those glorious Krieg, Phil. In which case, anything's possible.
I feel like I've won an award with them. I don't think I can get another.
Is that how it works now? You're right.
I'd assume so. It's a one and done at those kind of events, surely.
I don't know. I mean, not to cast aspersions on our boy Tommy's, judging criteria. I'm sure he does it all fairly and justly.
No, yeah, of course he would.
Anyway, Joel's, was running a pretty modest Ultramarines army. He had Bobby G, although his Bobby G was represented on the tabletop by good old Horace. Horace Lupercal was representing for Bobby G. He was on the right size base and all that sort of stuff. So
quite unusual.
Well, I think it's just because he just happened to do a Horus conversion for his Space Marine army. He had it with like a trident because the whole theme was like a beach theme.
Right, okay.
Look, I mean, here's the thing.
Well, they weren't Caradons then?
They weren't Caradons. I mean, or they could have been. I mean, this is the thing with modern 40k, right? I mean, they're Ultramarines in the sense that Bobby G was leading them. But obviously Space Marines now, you could just kind of mix it up in all sorts of different ways. So, I mean, I think he actually just called them like the Beachhead Marines. I think he actually named them after the Beachhead brawl events. But yeah, Joel, great guy. I mean, truth be told, I knew him beforehand anyway. Me and him met at Beachhead earlier this year. We ended up going out with a lot of the other lads there till 6 a.m. or whatever it was in Bournemouth. That was pretty wild.
The infamous wild nights.
I know, the infamous wild night. So, yeah, me and him get on quite well. So it was really lovely to play him. And, he'd be the first to admit that he's not too hot when it comes to the game. So, I think his army would have struggled even if he was one of the bestest players in the world in that matchup because it's just the stuff he had. There was a lot of redundancy in the list in terms of that particular matchup. So effectively, I just ran through him, which is sad in a way because it's really fun playing against him. So it's a shame that I didn't have a list that maybe could have given him more of a game. But at the same time, he really appreciated it and we had a good laugh doing it. And it was a good way to kick it off. But yeah, God, Phil, I won 100-24, I want to say. Like I absolutely...
Was that max points then?
100 is max points, yeah. Right. So I just basically stomped it, basically. So that was that. That was a great game. Again, I think standout moments within it was just getting a feel for how these knights perform. But you just start to realize not only how survivable they are, but how much damage they do. I mean, that's the thing that's crazy about them. Because I didn't realize at this point that the thermal cannon on the Crusader, when in melter range, did D6 plus 6 damage. I was like,
oh, was it plus 6? I thought it might be plus 4, but
yeah. No. So the little ones on the armigers are plus 4. On the big boy, it's plus 6. Man, it's bananas, mate. Anyway, so that game went well, and that was cool. Game 2, I was up against Blood Angels. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the guy I played against. He was one of the VT guys. Super sorry that I cannot remember your name. No, it's not going to come back to me. But he's running Blood Angels. Really, actually, very well painted Blood Angel army. He basically had brand new Primaris Dante, loads of assault squads, which, by the way, Phil, very strong now. So assault squads, when they charge, have Hammer of Wrath, but it's for every...
Is this the assault intercessors?
No. Assault Marines, Phil.
Oh, the old school.
The old school assault Marine. So basically, his assault Marines, when they charge in, you roll a D6 for every assault Marine in the squad. And on a 3+, maybe a 4+, I might be misquoting this, but on a number, they do a mortal wound.
Oh,
so it's mad. They just run in and go, bap, there's 6 mortal wounds. And you're like, oh, good. That's a nice way to start. And then you sort of obviously turn around and ask the question of like, that's capped, right? And it's like, nope. I could, if I rolled well enough, I could do 10 mortal wounds on a charge. It's like, wowzers. That's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, because there is no mortal wound cap currently.
No, there is not. At least not on that Hammer of Wrath thing. There are on some things. So, like, Tank Shock is capped at 6 mortal wounds. But yeah, most things don't have caps yet, it seems.
Was that the generic assault squad, or was it the...
Generic assault squad, yeah. Yeah, standard Marine assault squad. With jump packs, Phil, with jump packs.
Oh, it is the jump pack one. Okay.
Yes. Assault squad with jump packs, yes. Not to confuse
on a 4+, you do a mortal wound.
Yeah, it's very good. So, he had that. He had Dante. He had a big 10-man unit of Desolation Marines. By the way, Joel before also had a big... Well, he only had 5 Desolation Marines because I think that's all he got painted. So
rookie numbers. You got to pump them up.
Yeah, well, again,
paint them up even.
And this guy, he was leading into the whole thing where he had the apothecary or the priest that gave them sustained hits or whatever it was, and it was a very potent unit. But he had to kind of come up to shoot the super crack missiles, and it kind of didn't go his way, and just kind of deleted that squad. And the ebb and flow of the game was really good. But the thing that really made the difference was the Crusaders. So basically the Crusader fired into Dante's squad, which contained 10 Assault Marines, Dante, and a Sanguinary Priest, I want to say. And basically the Avenger Gatling Cannon killed every Assault Marine. Right. The missile launcher killed the Apothecary. And then the thermal cannon just murked Dante. Like, Dante failed 2 imbuns out of all the hits on him. And he was like, so how much damage? And I was like, well, I've done like 12 to you before I even rolled 2d6. And then I rolled the 2d6 and I was like, 20 damage? And he's like, yeah, he's dead. So yeah, because he had to push out with those Blood Angels to try and to push the tempo and make me, make mistakes. But it just was one of those things. He came out and everything just died. And yeah, it's just one of those games where I think he played it really well, and I think he had some really good moments. But I think overall he just couldn't really do anything magical. And I'll tell you actually what, another example, and to your point earlier, Phil, Game 1 and Game 2 both had a unit of Eradicators. And both times the Eradicators whiffed like you wouldn't believe. Like, I convinced eradicators are useless.
Oh, well, yeah, because I use them in my game with you, and I was hoping they would be a lot better than they were. And you effectively need to use Overs of Moment to make them effective. But yeah.
They honestly, both games they did nothing. So much so, I said to my opponent in the second game, I was like, I know better than to put shots into those guys because I know they're just going to whiff. And he was like, no. And then, literally, I left them alone for like 3 turns and they never did anything. I think over the entire course of the 3 turns that I left them alone, I think he did like 3 wounds. I was like, woo, eradicators.
That's bonkers.
It's just where it goes, isn't it? So that was game 2. Really good. Another 100, another ton for that game, which is pretty wild. And again, all tactical. Game 3 came up against World Eaters with Angron. Angron is a scary prospect. He still comes back to life. The mechanic is that you roll 8 dice, maybe, and those essentially are your blood tithe. And effectively, if you happen to roll 3 6s on those dice, you are able to bring Angron back. But there's lots of dice manipulation within it. I have to be honest with you. I didn't think my opponent did the best job of explaining the mechanic to me. So I just kind of, went, whatever, I'm just looking out for you rolling 6s, right? And he's like, yeah, that's basically how it works. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But yeah, it seemed to be like there was lots of manipulation of it so as he could re-roll stuff and do stuff. And I was like, whatever. Like, I'm sure it's all legit. And it almost certainly is. But yeah, in the course of that game, I had to kill Angron 3 times. 3 times, Phil.
So does he come back on full health or just like a couple?
He comes back on like 6 wounds or 8 wounds. Okay. It's 8 wounds. The first time I killed him in the opening turn, I got him down to 1 wound, and we were playing a mission that if you rolled a 6 to advance, you took a mortal wound. So he killed himself with his own advance. So that was pretty hilarious.
Oh, that's funny.
And then he came back in turn 3, and I killed him again. And then in turn 4, he came back, and he actually got a charge off, and I realised why I'd been killing him the whole time. Because once he got in, Jesus, like you just were like, oh my God, this guy is nuts. Like when he gets in, he's got like all the attacks of the world that do all the damage. It's just literally, he goes in and just goes, you will now be blended. And that's it. That's all she wrote at that point. But fortunately at that stage, I'd managed to kill him off so many times that it wasn't a big factor. Again, lots of units of World Eaters, some spawns, and World Eater Berserkers, I should say. Some spawns, some other stuff. But I managed to kind of just contain that. Again, the cool thing is with Knights is that a lot of Space Marine stuff is just mulched by Gatling cannons. You just kind of go, and they're all just gone. So it really comes down to the few things they've got that can really kind of cause you issues from an anti-tank perspective. The Lord Executioner is terrifying in Khorne, so it gives him some upgrade. So every one of his hits is doing like 5 damage or something. And that's pretty nuts. But yeah, overall, it went okay for me and that side of things. I didn't score 100 that game. I think I scored like 86 or something. But I won.
Nice.
So day 1, 3-0. Feeling pretty good about it. As I said from the outset, Steve dropped. He was in first place. And then a guy called Chris, who is also a VT guy, he was in second. I was in third place, and then Simon, I believe, was in fourth. So basically, day 2 comes around, and I'm playing against Chris from VT. He's running Imperial Knights. Truth be told, I didn't fancy my chances in this matchup because his Imperial Knight army was better suited to the knight-on-knight matchup. So he had basically not taken an assassin. He'd taken Canis Rex, and Canis Rex, certainly from the offset, is really strong, like really strong. because he has the ability to do stratagems for free.
Yeah.
And the actual gun that he has is actually pretty potent. So Canis is no joke. But yeah, he had a Crusader, a Warden, Canis, 4 Warglaives, and 1 Helvrin. So I had in that matchup the Assassin that wasn't really able to do a great deal. I elected...
Well, you could have... the stratagem that if there's a stratagem he's doing every turn for free, you could use your ability on that to make it cost 1 CP.
Well, no, because this is the thing, you see. I increased the cost of it for all future uses, but because my increase happens, it is undone by the fact that then his ability makes it cost 0.
No, that's incorrect.
Is that incorrect?
Yeah, so it says it in the like the rare rule, the designer commentary. Okay. If you have an ability that changes the value, that happens before modifiers. So his ability resets it to 0. Your ability gives it +1, which happens afterwards. And they actually, I think their example isn't about CP, but it's the same for Battle Shock, basically. So if a unit is Battle Shocked for OC 0, but if you have a banner, gives you +1, that then happens afterwards. So in theory, it should work the same for stratagems, unless there's another rule that counteracts it. But I think that was a specific thing all about modifiers and the order of how things work. So in theory, it should work for you.
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, that's just one of those teething pains of early new game stuff. And I'll be honest, it really didn't make any difference to the game. I chose to target rotate ion shields.
Sensible.
And he never used that stratagem again. So it kind of it kind of got the desired effect, I suppose. And then what else was it? And then so in the matchup, I was just a bit worse equipped for what was coming my way. I've played Knights long enough that I've experienced the knight on knight matchup, so I'm quite knowledgeable about it, at least in older game contexts. So I know that when it comes to Knights, it doesn't really matter what strategy you have. It's just going to come down to who rolls hot, right? Because when you've got invuns and when you've got feel no pain and when you've got swingy damage, it's all about the luck of it. And that kind of came into effect because I went first. I got his Crusader down to 1 wound. 1 wound in the opening turn. Believe it or not, Phil, I fired like all this stuff at it. Every time I was rolling a multi-damage weapon that was D6, I rolled once. No. Every one of them. If one of those ones had been a 4, it would have died. But that never happened. Like every single shot was a 1. And I was like, oh my God, I fired so much at it. And I was like, every time I was like, I got the thermal cannon through 1.
Welcome to my world, Dan.
Welcome to my world. Yeah, so that was how that went. And then like the momentum kicked off. And I'll be honest with you, we had a lot of back and forth. It was anyone's game, but really by about turn 3, it was very much his. And I think, ultimately it went the way it went. And I posted my first loss of the event. I think I still scored like 70.
Good.
But yeah, it was respectable, but it was still a loss. But again, all credit to Chris. He played it really well, really good army. So, fair play to him. But yeah, so I lost that game, which took me through to the final game of the weekend, which was against Chaos Demons. I've played this lad with his Chaos Demons before. He's a Canadian lad. Cannot remember his name. Really wonderfully polite, lovely lad. And if I'm honest with you, a really good gamer. Like he's one of those guys that immediately you understand this guy just has a really strong appreciation and understanding of mechanics. So his list was Be'lakor, Greater Demon of Khorne, a Bloodthirster, and lots of Blue Horrors, one unit of Plague Bearers, a couple of units of Bloodletters, and then one unit of Blood Crushers. right? But he used Bellacor's like aura of shadows to stop things being targeted, because he basically gives units effectively like a slightly worse lone operative ability. So he has like a 18-inch lone operative aura, which is really amazing. But honestly, mate, those blue horrors are such a tar pit. Like, they're just ridiculous. Because unless you kill them outright, they all split and turn into... Sorry, the pink horrors become blues, become brimstones. So just chewing through them is just crazy.
Are the brimstones actual models?
Yeah, brimstones.
Oh, okay. Because I think in the last edition it was just like... It just did mortal wounds on you or something. There was some representation of the brimstones without them using the actual models for them.
Yeah, now by all accounts, they split down and split down again.
Oh, wow.
And it's crazy just trying to like chew through those guys. And I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, so I won by the smallest of margins. I think at the end of the game, it was 70. It was like 79 to like 60. Oh, it was like 79 to 70. I won by a 9-point margin, but I'll be honest with you, at no point in that game did I feel in control. I didn't think that I was winning ever. I thought the guy was playing perfectly. But I'll be honest, like, it just came down to... And again, this is always an annoying thing to admit because really he should have won. But you know what cost him the win? Could you guess? That? He didn't paint his army.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't paint his army. He literally had half of his army in grey plastic.
Oh, wow. And that's a rule you've always criticised.
Look, here's the thing, right? Here is the sincere thing.
Because a lot of tournaments just say you can't play if it's not painted, so therefore everyone gets for 10 points.
So in Entoyment, they just abide by the rules. It's like, if you don't have painted armies, you can play, but you just don't get your painting score.
That's sensible.
Yeah, exactly. It means people can experiment.
You would have lost by, what?
1 point.
1 point? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I would have lost by 1 point had he... And it's funny, because I was talking to Adam about it. It's like, honestly, even if he just... Because they're demons, for God's sake. Like, all he had to do was, like, spray them red and then wash them.
Yes.
And dry brush them. And, you know, because that's the thing. And I said to Adam, I was like, I feel like this lad should have won because he did win. It's just some weird technicality that I got the win. But it's like, yeah, but mate, like, I can't have... it's the rule. I can't have a situation where a guy rocks up with an unpainted army and he's rewarded for it. It's just not.
Yes, no, that's fair enough.
It's not the way it works. And the thing is again, the lad who did it, the Canadian lad who was rocking the army, he didn't care. He's like, yeah, I know how it is. I knew what I was up against.
Did he go? Was he encouraged to go home and paint his army?
I mean, obviously, I said to him, just go home and paint it, mate. Like, get it. I mean, like, a lot of us were talking to him throughout the weekend going, geez. But, you know, he got 3 wins, 1 loss prior, because both of us were on 3 wins, 1 loss, and he got all of those with minus 10 points in every one of his games. Wow.
So it's a pretty good list then.
Yeah, mate. It's more about him as a player. He played it so well. So, yeah, it's a difficult one to sort of admit to in a way because it almost cheapens the win. Because
I can see that.
I didn't actually win because of my tactical prowess. I won because he didn't paint his stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
And, you know, look, everyone knows that, you know, I'm very lackadaisical about painting stuff. But I've never turned up to an event without painted things. Even if I've had to pay people to paint them for me, It's a fundamental part of the hobby, and I think that's the thing. But at the same time, I think I would have liked to have conceded him the win, but basically he wouldn't let me. That's what it really came down to. I kept saying to him, like, mate, you should have won it.
It sounds like Adam wouldn't let you either.
No, well, it wasn't. Adam was okay with it, but the lad himself was like, no, mate, it's fine. That's my score. I was like, yeah, but it seems mad that you didn't win because you did. And he was like, yeah, but I knew that going in. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, all right, fine. So,
well, fair play to him. Like he knows what the mission pack is. He's abiding by it. He's not getting angry or salty about it. So that's great on him. That's good.
As I sincerely said, just a really great player, top to bottom. Like in terms of him as a person. Like, yeah, I mean, I wish I remembered his flipping name because he deserves some credibility. He's a great guy. Plays the game really well. Yeah, no, I really enjoyed playing against him. I really enjoyed playing all my opponents. I think, every one of them was great. And it was a really good time. And I think here's the funny thing, right? I played 5 games in a competitive setting, 40k 10th edition. There were some nuances, sure. But it kind of just felt the same as it always did. Like, it's a little different in places, better in some ways. But all these people online that are going like, this is the worst thing ever. I didn't notice that. I just was amongst people enjoying it, having fun with it, experimenting with new quirky stuff, and just rolling with the punches. Like, it was like everyone was great and it was a good time and like it was fun. So, and okay, there was still some weird quirky rules interactions. I mean, for example, like trying to find where the desperate breakout rule was for vehicles, because it's not a stratagem anymore. It's actually just based in the actual vehicle rules, I believe, or something like that.
I think it's under movement, I would have thought.
Yeah. Or like a weird
there's
instance.
A bit specifically about vehicles and it'll be under there. So it might be actually under the shooting, because it's...
There was a weird instance as well, Phil, and you'll appreciate this because I was the one that clarified it. There was a bit where they were like, how does it work when you're fighting between walls in ruins? And I got to say, well, fun story, as I overheard this being said. It's not actually a rule anymore. And they're like, what? I was like, yeah, it's not in there. It's in barricades, but it's not in ruins. And they were like, no. And they looked and they were like, oh, it really isn't, is it? It's like, yeah, it's just engagement range. It's like, oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. So, look, I mean, that's the thing. Like, yeah, look, I genuinely think the state of the game is going to be better now that they've adjusted the points on knights, Wraith Knights, out of line of sight shooting, Desolation Marines, etc. I think we're going to be in a better place with this game right now. It's funny, I was talking to a friend of mine who is very, very, very exclusively competitive. And he said to me, this game is dead. I'm not even playing it. It's terrible. It's dead. I was like, it's all right, mate. Like, you should play it. And he's like, nah, I'm going to wait like 6 months for them to fix it and then I'll come back to it. I'm like, fair enough. But like, it's honestly fine. It's like,
here's the thing.
This game the last thing I was like, it's never, ever, ever been perfect. And it's never, ever, ever been balanced. It's 40k and it still is. And it's fine. It's just fine, It's like,
yeah, that is interesting because it feels like the competitive scene have sort of, they listed out their demands in terms of these are the rules that we want changed. And I almost think Games Workshop's going to stick to its guns and for the most part go, actually, do you know what? We're not changing the core rules of the game. It feels like they're being very hesitant to do that. They sort of said from the outset, where we can, we're going to change points because changing points is really easy to do. Gets updated in the app, gets updated in, your army builder of choice. Super easy. You very rarely care. You don't need to memorize points, right? But you do need to sort of memorize your army rules and abilities. So changing those, they actually don't want to do. And obviously Strands of Fate was one that they had to change because the core mechanic of that was just a bit broken. They haven't changed how towering works because it's like, while knights are broken, you can fix knights by just increasing points, in theory. I guess you might get to a point where, I've seen lots of people say Desolation Marines could be another like 40 points or like more expensive and they'd still be good because they've got things like ignore cover. They've got abilities and rules that just make them so good almost no matter how much the points are. So sometimes I think you do need to tweak a rule to just fix it. But I think it feels like for the most part, they're just going to be like, okay, no, these are the core rules. This is it. 6 months time, those core rules haven't changed at all. but the game will be more balanced because they would have balanced the points for the armies, and that's how they're going to adjust things.
Yeah, I think in all seriousness, I think the game, or rather the changes to the Elder mechanics, definitely now will impact the viability of Rev Knights to the point that Rev Knights feel a little bit more correctly pointed based on that change. But yeah, like I think it's just all up in the air, right? I think here's the funny thing: for as long as I've been playing 40k, well, not as long as I've been playing 40k, because me playing 40k predates the internet, but for as long as I've been playing 40k in the internet era, as long as I've been playing 40k since 2008, right? Everyone's been online moaning and griping about like stuff that's broken or good. But what you find most times when you go out and play the game is people are just up for a laugh. They're just there playing it because it's fun. Like, yeah, sure, there are some really, 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 really try-hard gamers like me running Imperial Knights at the top tables. You know, I can protest that I am there by mistake and that, you know, I was being playing the list I've always played. But, you know, the truth is it is good and I do like that about them. But, like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, there's people like me, I guess, but then most people are just having a laugh playing 40k, and I am still as well, even when I'm playing it at the, you know, at the top tables. It's just...
Do you see, were there anyone running 3 squads of 10 Desolation Marines?
No one ran 3 squads of 10 Desolation Marines, but 3 people ran 3 Wraith Knights.
Okay, yeah, so that's interesting. Like, so the perceived boogeymen, in a way, it's like the game sort of handicaps itself because it's like you've got to build, you got to buy it first of all, you got to build it, you got to paint it. Yeah. That's 30 guys with, you know, fiddly guns, and everyone sort of arguably would say they're kind of ugly models. So in a way, people are maybe less inclined to have quite so many, but I'll run like a squad or 2 squads, but maybe not 3. But yeah, Wraith Knights, you say, I think that most other players are easily going to have 1 or 2 in their collection already. It's not too much of a stretch to get a third, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, I have 2 Wraith Knights in my collection, but I'm not interested in running them just for the sake of that. I mean, I think the problem is with me and Elder has been basically when they redid Elder last year, early last year, I was really hyped about getting back into them, but they were like so strong that I just was like, I can't bring myself to do it. And then I've just never really picked them up properly since. It's just been that thing where I've been kind of out of the loop with them for a year and a half. And I do still really love them as an army. And I would love to actually sit down and paint up a really lovely Elder army that I could run. And hopefully soon I will. But right now, Imperial Knights are fine for me. And I'm more invested in Age of Sigmar still at the minute. Like I'm super excited about the new General's Handbook and the new balanced data slate they've done for that. Today, the Battle Scroll stuff they've done for that. So I'm super excited to start mucking around with some new Iron Jaws builds to work in there. I've pre-ordered my Gloom Spite's Goblin box because I'm really excited about running my Gloom Spite, and that box of goblins is exactly what I needed to get myself up to the points and stuff. And like, because I've got a lot of trogs and some other stuff, but now it's like, yeah, chuck that in. And so that's the thing, like, you know, I think that's the thing still for me is as I actually reflect on this year in terms of what lays ahead of me and what I want to achieve from a hobby perspective, I want a fully painted 2,000 points of Iron Jaws. That's what I want most of everything. I want 2 more crushers. I want loads of pigs. And I'm going to have a lovely time. And soon the Gigapig will be released as well.
Oh, God, yeah, that model. Right.
So, mate, no, I'm all in on Iron Jaws for the rest of this year now. I've debated it, and I just want to finish a gorgeous orc army. I think that would be a beautiful thing to own, and you know, because I'm so proud of the work I've done so far on that range. just want like an army that I could be super proud of. And it may not get in a cabinet ever because Age of Sigmar quality benchmark is extraordinarily high. But I would love to, for the first time in a long time, have a fully painted 2,000 point army of something that I painted and that I'm proud of what I did. Because all too often in the past, what I put on the tabletop was a compromise, whereas I'm excited about the prospect of doing something really cool with that AOS collection. So, yeah, that's the vibe with me this year. I'm going to keep playing Imperial Knights. I am up for lots of 40k. I think it's going to be super fun. But ultimately, yeah, I think AOS is just kind of, it's got a hold on me at the moment, Phil. I can't lie. It's just, again, listening to them talking about all the stuff they're doing on it, it sounds so fun. It just sounds like such a good game with its wizards and its stuff. I'm just like, this seems like it's where it's at, right? Like this is what I want for the foreseeable. Get some AOS going. So yeah, it's exciting, man.
Nice,
really,
nice.
really
Did you say how where you placed in the tournament?
No, I didn't. I came second.
Ooh, well done, Dan. Well done.
Thank you. Second overall. It's a great look. I mean, without sounding super arrogant about it, I tend to do okay at tournaments. I'm proud of second place finishes, but within the context of the Brawl event specifically, I do attend them relatively regularly, and I do tend to do okay on a consistent basis. So it first place is stuff to get excited about. Second place, I'm like, whatever. It's just like
you're like, 10 a penny, do this all the time.
I've got like 11 second place trophies from like Brawl kicking around. I've only got like 3 first place ones or something, but like I've got like a load of second places.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
You know what it is though? It's always that thing where like I just can't quite commit to
full cheese.
Well, I don't know. I can. It's just more a case of I think it's more. I don't know. It's just more luck than judgment. But I do okay.
Do they do AOS events as well?
If they do, they're not organised by the Brawl team, although I have actually managed to convince all of them. So Adam, Simon, Dean.
To play AOS.
To play AOS, yeah.
Nice.
So Sai's got Fire Slayers. Sai's doing the Lizard Men, what they call it? Seraphon. And Dean's doing demons based on the Be'lakor demon list because he does demons in.
Okay, so it's easy. Yeah. I like how they've all picked quite strong armies.
Fire Slayers aren't renowned for being super strong, are they?
Maybe not, but I think the builds that we came across were quite, or at least when we did doubles, the Fire Slayer builds that we came across were strong.
I'll tell you what, man, that new battalion they've got access to with this new book is really sounding amazing because it has like a neutralizing effect on monsters, which sounds amazing. Anyway, look, there you go. 40k, get back on topic. 10th edition tournament. Overall, final thoughts and feedback. It's 40k and it's fun and it's fine. And I'm looking forward to playing more of it. I'm really grateful that I did it because actually it immediately made me realize that yet again, I think a lot of the online discourse is being a bit exaggerated by the amount of attention that we give it. And in reality, the game's fine. It's not perfect, but when has it ever been perfect? It's fine. And ultimately had a great time playing games with people and it was fun. So yeah, really looking forward to going to Warhammer World in August for that one. Really looking forward to RFW in a few weeks as well. I don't know what I'm going to take to RFW. I would take Knights, but I feel like people would be like, oh God, Knights. But I would love to take my Knights, so I probably will.
I mean, yeah, so you could either try and somehow take a toned down list or just add in a knight as an Imperial agent. So you've got a knight in, and then it doesn't get its oaths, so it's not quite as strong.
I just think I don't know. I'll talk to Tom and see what his vibe is with me taking knights. He might be like, Dan, no, knights are a bit. But then you can't exclude them.
To be fair, would they be as strong with the points changes? I assume the answer is yes to an extent, but just not as much.
I think especially at the 1750 point. Here's the thing with knights. They don't really... They need numerous... See, the weird thing about knights, right, if I could just quickly talk about this. The weird thing about running knights is the armature economy. You need to make sure that you've got enough armatures to keep bondsman abilities going. So there is like a sweet spot there. At 1750 with the point increases, I actually think, if I'm honest with you, I think that's more optimal for knights because you don't need to overinvest in armatures. So you can basically, I think probably I would be able to get a 2-4 split. So I'd probably get 2 big knights and 4 armatures, which is like a perfect economy. So actually, in a way, I actually think the 1750 point limit plays to the knight's benefit. Because I actually think it probably becomes more optimal than that with that 250 point reduction.
Yeah.
Especially with the fact that things like Wraith Knights are so expensive. So like if your opponent was going to try and take... If someone wanted to take 3 Wraith Knights, which would never happen at RFW, but if someone tried to... I say this... I know for a fact someone took 3 Wraith Knights to RFW because I remember him bloody playing it. Actually, no. But that was
they weren't terrible. As good last edition. No.
Yeah, because he had 3 Wraith Knights, a Wraith Lord, a Wraith Seer, and that was it.
Oh, was it all Wraith themed?
Yeah, it was amazing. He's top bloke as well. But yeah, what I'm saying is that I actually think maybe I can't probably justify taking Knights to RFW. They are a bit too strong. But we'll see. I would like to. I'll talk to Tom. I'll see what Tom says. He'll say no, but I'm going to ask anyway. The thing with knights is you need to maintain armatures and do all that stuff. But no, look, I loved it. I think 40k is a lot of fun. I like the figuring stuff out and experimenting, but also knights are a little bit silly, so they make the game sort of run smoother. It's honestly one of the best ways of playing 40k because you just don't really have to think that hard because it's just a few models and they're just incredible. So it's like, yay!
Yeah, it's sort of straightforward, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's been the thing I love about playing Knights the whole time through. It's just been that I don't have to think too hard because it's Knights. It's like, cool, great. But yeah, sincerely, if you've not gone out there and played any 40k 10th edition or thought about going back into the tournament scene, if you're someone who already was playing a lot of 9th, I'd encourage you to get back out there and get doing it. I think it's fine. I understand there's a lot of people trying to suggest that it's not in a good state, but I genuinely think it's fine. And I had a good time playing it, and I'm just going to basically sing its praises from here on in. I think 10th edition is a perfectly adequate edition. It's no 5th, but it'll do, Phil.
That's good to know.
Cool. Transitional noise. Hello, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about the recent changes to Warhammer 40,000. It has only been out, Phil, a relatively short amount of time, and already they're needing to fix all manner of things to make this game remotely playable. Positive signs, wouldn't you say?
Well, that is true. That is true.
Noting that, for my money, it was kind of playable before anyway, just a little bit, powerful in places, it's fair to say.
Yes. No, that is true.
This is it. So, effectively, in response to a lot of community chatter, as well as, obviously, gameplay experiences expressed by gamers across the world, Games Workshop felt it necessary to address the situation with a series of changes in the form of a FAQ, but also in the form of points adjustments via the field manual. So we didn't just receive changes to the points, we also received changes to certain rules, which is pretty remarkable, it's fair to say. It seemed that based on the game launching, it was improbable that we were going to get a errata and FAQ so early when you consider everything that was kind of going on. But I guess it was inevitable, right? Like, I mean, there was never going to be a set of circumstances where they got this right out of the gates, right, Phil?
I mean, you'd like to think they would be able to, but as they always say, thousands upon thousands of people playtesting across the world is going to result in a lot more results and varied outcomes than what is probably a handful of people playing up at Warhammer HQ. So yeah, they're invariably going to miss stuff. So it's good that they've done a little announcement. And I think this is quite a good one in terms of the speed at which they've addressed these hot fixes. I still believe that we're probably going to get a bit more of a generic FAQ and errata that's a bit more concise and in-depth later on. And I think they do talk about it in the article about when the balanced data slates, the proper ones are due.
Yeah, so they are adopting a similar cadence to what they had previously. So we will be seeing a number of updates, although they are, if I'm not mistaken, and I probably am now, restricting the number of what's the name of it again? Not the chapter approved, the thing that updated
the balanced data slate.
The balanced data slate, yeah, that's a less frequent occurrence now, isn't it? They're going more with points updates in the general.
Yeah, I think so. So they say the next round of balance adjustments will be coming in the autumn quarterly updates later this year, with an extra errata clearing up a few more discrepancies to the indexes towards the end of July, though this won't contain balance changes. And then I think somewhere else they do say, or at least in maybe some of the initial interviews, they were like, we're going to do points updates more often, and then the effectively balanced data slate will be much less frequent because they want to balance via points. And it seems like that, for the most part, is actually how probably AOS does it as well. And I was thinking about it. Like the indexes, like the cards that they produce, and obviously the codexes when they do appear, they want to have them to be as valid as possible. And if they're constantly updating the rules, that invalidates all the print stuff. Whereas points now being digital, it doesn't matter. Like they can change that as much as they want, and it doesn't bother people as much. And I think they talk about in the Meta Watch about how there's a lot more cognitive load when you're trying to remember the rules for your army, because the rules for your army are changing every couple of months historically, whereas actually no one really needs to memorize the exact number of points like a Lehman Russ's, because you'll realize that when you're building them in the app, and the app's doing all the calculations for you. So it sort of makes sense to adjust points more frequently than actual rules.
No, that makes sense for sure. I think, in a lot of instances, it's reasonable to suggest that changing points will, resolve the majority of issues, but not all issues, it's fair to say. There are definitely things that require tweaks, especially early on in the game's life. I think at this stage, obviously there have been a great many problems which have been identified by the community, and many of those are being addressed with this update. Not all. There are definitely things still that probably need some tweaks. I mean, again, myself and Phil can only speak for ourselves at this point, but I think the both of us have just attempted to approach the game the way it is at this moment in time, not seeking to kind of second guess or assert what is or isn't correct. I think the vibe just is for us to play it as it lays, so to speak. But it is reasonable to suggest that there are some things that aren't necessarily supposed to work the way that they do presently, and I'm sure the GW team are working tirelessly to attempt to get the game into a state where it feels a little bit more level pegging, I suppose, for everyone involved. But Warhammer 40,000 being the game it is, that is quite a lofty and, in all seriousness, unrealistic objective. I think, 9th edition, for all of its woes, did a reasonable job of creating something resembling balance towards the end. But even then, it was filled with haves and have-nots. It's just the nature of the game. I don't think any of us actually really, even when we think about it, actually want balance in the game. We like having crazy stuff in it. It's just that we hope that it's our stuff that's crazy as opposed to our opponents. Right, Phil?
Yes. I want to have found the thing that's broken the game and to crush my opponents into the ground.
Exactly.
For as long as possible until it's fixed. Yeah, I mean, I guess arguably people do want balance, or people want to be able to play a game where they're going to feel like the game hasn't been predetermined before you've even rolled any dice. People don't mind an uphill struggle. I love playing halflings in Blood Bowl. They're not going to win many games, but, they still can. It's not foretold that I'm always going to lose, even if that does happen quite a lot. So, I think balance is something nice to strive for. And as you say, it felt like, at least in terms of tournament ratios, there was a lot of balance amongst the factions, but that doesn't mean each army had good internal balance. It might have just been all the competitive lists that people were running predominantly for their chosen faction are balanced, but the other lists and units within those armies might be wildly underperforming. And I think that's the thing that, fixing points works only to an extent for internal balance for units, because it feels like if a unit is really good, people will happily pay like double or triple the points for it because that unit is just so good at what it does. Obviously, the Desolation Marines have gone up in points, like 50% or something, but loads of people are still saying, well, there's still great value for money at that price. And it's almost like to an extent, you'll get to a point where realistically, you need to tweak the rules to make something a bit more underpowered, or if it's not performing well, give it some slightly better rules. We've talked about the Craven Throne Guard in Age of Sigmar, and how I've gone, yeah, they're really cool models. They've crossbows, they've ghostbow crossbows, but the rules for them are so useless. It's almost like no matter what the points are, there's no point taking them because they just don't do what they're meant to do in the game. So they're just a cool unit to look at. As far as I'm aware, they need just better rules. Points won't fix them, I don't think. And I think obviously 40k suffers from that same issue.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Right, because I think it's remarkable that the game still is able to create these have and have not units. Again, the idea that they are layering concepts onto units that are themselves not going to work, and then subsequently, layering on mechanics onto other units that are broadly understood to be to be very powerful within a certain context. And I think that's the thing that's always interesting about how Games Workshop approach this is this more kind of bespoke rules writing approach that they go for with this new kind of keyword system and general kind of rules constructs. Because it felt like before in some of the older editions that the restrictions of the unit types were more considered, and the kind of restrictions of gameplay or the types of mechanics that were baked into, these systems created something a little bit more resembling balance at certain points. But again, maybe that's just me kind of speaking with rose-tinted glasses. But in older editions of 40k, an out of line of sight mortar was fine. Skilled players could compensate for it by how they deployed their units, but also the actual way that weapon interacted was so, penalized, but in a really kind of fun, random way. You sort of didn't begrudge it when it worked out for out of line of sight. Whereas now out of line of sight is just kind of statistically less efficient, than if you had line of sight, but not dramatically so. So the scatter dice mechanics was almost more random, although it felt like you could get quite a few, you had a good chance of getting a hit sometimes, and you had a slightly better chance if you did have line of sight. But you're right. I think the very concept of the pie plates, like the templates, never worked quite as well as they should have, because people would always space out to maximum coherency. So it's like, cool, it's landed, it's hit.
I've hit 3 people or 4 people. It's like, it's very rare. It did happen on occasion where you'd get like 10 people underneath it because they were all bunched up, and that was predominantly when they like deep struck in, and that's because that's the rules about how deep strike used to work. You used to like do a little circle all around touching the base so that they'd all be clumped up. So yeah, out of line of sight was never much of a problem. It also felt like it was less of an issue because at least if you're playing 40k terrain, there wasn't a huge amount of terrain on the boards, so you could hide maybe 1 or 2 units out of genuine line of sight. But that was it. And actually range was a much bigger factor. So a lot of, you could position your thing at the back of the board, but it's only going to hit probably a quarter of the table. It will be out of range for everything else. So you couldn't maybe hit someone in your deployment zone, in your opponent's deployment zone, unless you put your thing really far forwards in your deployment zone, putting it in risk of being shot at or charged or something. So I felt like there was a lot more at play, whereas obviously smaller tables now, loads more terrain. The fact that you're just rolling dice to hit rather than using scatter templates, I think they've all contributed towards line of sight being more powerful. And, the -1 to hit is still penalizing, but -1 to hit on a Space Marine is very different from -1 to hit on like an Orc or a Guard player. Although Guard actually can be quite good at it because you can layer some buffs in it. So the current strategy for Guard players is, okay, so most of them hit on 5s, but bizarrely things like the Basilisk hits on 4s, but I think the Basilisk is still heavy, right? So if you don't move the thing, your base 5+ goes to a 4+, which is what it should be anyway. You can do an order for +1 ballistic skill, and then you can, I think there's a stratagem for +1 to hit. So you can actually layer 2 buffs, because normally you can't get +2 to hit, but one of them's a plus to your ballistic skill, one of them's a plus to your dice roll, so they can technically stack. So Guard can be quite good at shooting, but you've got to use a lot of synergy. You've got to use like stratagems, you've got to use orders, which are very few and far between to make them good. Whereas I feel like Space Marines are just generically good. Hitting on 4s, big whoop to them, right? Especially with over the moment where you're re-rolling all your hit rolls and all your wound rolls. It's like that combo that makes out of line of sight for Space Marines really good.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of odd that they never cotton on that these things are good. And again, it's because these weapons are not being powered by broader system mechanics. It's more, specific data sheet led mechanics that are unique to that unit. That's where these problems keep escalating almost. So, yeah, it's super interesting. But let's go through the index card errata/FAQ version 1.1. Let's talk through the changes. So the first of the changes are for Adeptus Mechanicus. These are just simple clarifications. So the Archaeopter transport now cannot transport jump pack or Cataphrone models, which makes sense. So you can't load it up with your Birdmen flamer things, nor can you put
or giant robots. No, the cat fronts. And they're not
fronts are the breaches.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the servitors on not wheels, treads. Right, okay. Yeah.
Maybe you could put cavalry in there still. You could put still the dog unit in one of these still, maybe. But
I hope not. That would be a bit mad. Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's another caveat on that line, but it feels like there could be maybe more. Or maybe they're not infantry, maybe they're mounted. So I assume that would be the difference, because it could probably transport infantry units, excluding these two.
Yes, of course, because they would have. Yeah, both of those units would have the infantry keyword, wouldn't they? So, yes,
and the Castellan robots will be monsters, probably.
Oh, they're vehicles.
Or vehicles. Okay.
Although they gain the infantry keyword once you put a tech, a datasmith in the unit, but only while the datasmith is in the unit. So the fact that they have the vehicle keyword would stop them being able to be transported, basically. And on the topic of Castellan robots, War Gear Option 1's first bullet point, second sub-bullet changed to 1 twin Castellan phosphor blaster and 1 close combat weapon. So just another simple rules clarification for them. So nothing massive for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Shame, because I hear that they are not doing so well. I've played them a few times in 10th edition, and I can confirm that they don't necessarily tear it up on the tabletop. So it would have been nice to have seen some tweaks to them, but seemingly from a rules perspective anyway, this is all they got. So, say Levy.
That's true.
There you go. Aeldari are next, Phil. So, Strands of Fate, 4th paragraph, add once per phase to the start of this paragraph, which basically means, Phil, that no longer can you spam your Strands of Fate, which essentially means that the efficiencies that Strands of Fate had with D weapons, like the D cannon or the Wraith cannon on the Wraith Knight, are greatly reduced, which is nice, I would say.
Which is for the best. It's funny though, because I think it was like last week they were advertising their battle report featuring Aeldari on Warhammer Plus, and they literally talk about Strands of Fate, about how good it is that you can front load your entire turn 1 with like a super combo attack, and then now they've had to sort of roll back that statement, I guess, because it's turned out to be too powerful. I mean, thematically, it sounds kind of cool that you've got, 12 dice that have all rolled random numbers, and that if you want to use a bunch of those to pull off a cool attack turn 1, why ever not? Because then you've got 4 turns with no fate dice. But I guess there are, as you say, certain units where these particular mechanics are just completely overpowered, and it sounds like the Wraith Knight is the thing, because it's like you got these D cannons where you can. Is it got devastating wounds, I'm assuming? So you can
Correct,
go,
yeah.
It's got devastating, so you go, okay, I've rolled a 6 automatically to wounds, and then, it does, I assume it's D6 plus something damage, and you go, okay, cool, it's now a 6. So you can, and it's mortal wounds, so it's, no one gets a save against it. So yeah, quite powerful.
No, for sure. I think it is a really necessary change. I think it just means that obviously the Aeldari players need to be more resourceful with when they use the Strands of Fate dice or what they use those on. They can't just kind of front load into, big wombo combos. But at the same time, Aeldari is still strong. I mean, across the board, they've had some points hikes, obviously. I think that was understandable as well. They had some really strong units. We'll get into the points hikes in a while. We're just more interested at this point in just talking through the changes. But yeah, I think it's a pretty meaningful change. The other changes that they have made are things that were already established. So War Walkers, being one-man units, the Vipers being 1 Viper unit, and the support weapons being 1 support weapon units, as well as Skyweavers becoming 2/4 unit. This is in direct relation to the index cards, essentially, because they printed the index cards wrong. So basically, the index cards are old because they went beforehand.
Yeah. So in this index, the things in red, which is just for fate dice, is the new change. Everything else, I assume the PDFs that we saw already were correct, so we wouldn't have noticed these changes. But if you bought the physical cards, they're incorrect because there's these printing errors. So these updates are just correcting those initial errors. It might be that, there'll be more changes coming down the line based on actual erratas to balance some of these units beyond points.
I suppose with that being said, then we should probably just very quickly go over some of the points hikes specifically for Aeldari. So Astra Militarum, to the best of my understanding, didn't receive any points hikes. Oh,
no, they did. All their line of sight shooting, or the majority of line of sight shooting, went up.
For the Astra Militarum? Not Astra Militarum, I'm sorry. Adeptus Mechanicus. I'm making a mistake there.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, because we talked about Adeptus Mechanicus first.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Adeptus Mechanicus have stayed untouched, but the Aeldari have seen significant increases to the Wraith Knight, the support weapons, the Night Spinner, the Fire Prism, the Forge World Wraith Knight, and the way, obviously, that the Fate Dice work as well. Those are the sort of changes that have occurred with them. And again, these were all extraordinarily strong units. The Night Spinner in particular, super abusive. Are you familiar with the Night Spinner, Phil?
No, I'm not actually.
So the Night Spinner was, if it hit you, I think it was even if it just got a wound off against you, right? But
what does it look like? What is it?
It's the Fire Prism that isn't a Fire Prism. So it's the Falcon chassis with the Night Spinners, which are the out of line of sight, kind of like Warp Spider spinner weapons that are like an artillery piece.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone run that ever. It was always.
Did you never play against me with them?
No, I think you'd always do Fire Prisms.
No, well, I mean, I had
or generic Wave Serpents, which
I had 2 or 3 in my
elusive.
army in my competitive builds for a while.
Okay, no, I just remember the 9 Flyers.
Yes, the 9 Flyers. That was a good time. No,
Those were the days.
In the closing moments of 8th edition, I had 2 Night Spinners in my army because they were just too good not to have. But now they're even more ridiculous because basically what the Night Spinners do is that they basically reduce your movement and prevent you from advancing and charging potentially as well.
Oh, wow.
They are super strong. They are dumb strong in all seriousness. I'm surprised that we didn't see a change to their movement rules because almost every other vehicle or rather kind of artillery piece in the game will reduce your movement. But this thing just outright stops you from being able to advance, which is
so you just can't advance at all.
As far as I'm aware.
Minus.
Well, so let me just triple check because I don't want to be spreading false truths, as is so often my way. God, of course, there it is, the Night Spinner. So Doomweaver, there you go, monofilament web. In your shooting phase, after this model has shot, if one or more of those attacks made with this Doomweaver's scored a hit against the enemy unit, the enemy unit is pinned until the opponent's next turn. While this unit is pinned, subtract 2 from that unit's move characteristic, and that unit cannot advance. So you can charge, but you cannot advance.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's very strong. It's really strong. So yeah, no, those are the changes on the Aeldari front. In terms of this actual FAQ documentee thingamabib, then I've only obviously just clocked that this is actually being done in relation to the index cards. So this is picking up mistakes with the index cards that might not have been relevant to the PDFs that we've got. So let's just talk points hikes, I suppose. So we've done the Aeldari, we've done the Adeptus Mechanicus, such as it is. So I guess, next would be the Astra Militarum. So do we know what's gone up in points in the Astra Militarum?
Yes. Let me just zoom in so I can see it a bit better on the PDF. So the Basilisk has gone up to 135. The Death Strike has gone up to 160. The Field Ordnance Batteries have gone up to 120, which feels a bit much. Likewise with Death Strike. Because it feels like they've just blanket... Oh, it's got out of line of sight firing. That's just up to points, regardless of whether it was any good or not in the first place. Manticore, which I think most people did rate, that's gone up to 125.
Still phenomenal at 125.
Yes, I think that was a hot pick. The Wyvern, which wasn't a hot pick, is 110. Colossus 160, which is a Forge World one. Earthshaker Carriage Battery, which is 80 points. That also went up. I think that's interesting about that one is the Earthshaker Carriage Battery, same as the Basilisk, but on a different platform, right? It's a artillery piece, not quite static, but almost static. That only went up, I think, like 10 points from 70 to 80, whereas I think the Basilisk, the actual tank, went up 20 points. So interesting that one sort of went up more points. Then we also had the Medusa Carriage Battery that had gone up. I just lost my place. Sorry, hold on. Let me find it again. I've got to get scrolling. Right, almost there. Yeah. So, Medusa Carriage Battery, that's also at 80 points. The Praetor, which is very good for a lot of people, 275. So that's pretty much it in terms of, I think pretty much everything went up that had line of sight shooting, basically. Actually, no, do you know what didn't go up is the heavy weapon squads with the mortar team. I don't think they went up, even though they also technically have indirect fire. Yeah, so they've stayed at 60 points. And that's an interesting thing. Like, so with the field ordnance battery, they've given that an arbitrary points hike. But if you took the las cannon, like the super las cannon version, that's gone up in points as well, even though that doesn't have, line of sight shooting. So something that has multiple war gear options for the weapon loadouts are being sometimes hit unfairly. So, because originally I was like, the field ordnance battery with the las cannon is actually quite a good pick in comparison to the rapier laser destroyers, because it's a bit more durable. But now that's gone up in points. So actually probably now the rapiers are the better picks, because it's just way cheaper, even though it's not quite as on a durable platform. So that's an interesting thing to note about, effectively power level.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, man. I mean, you've played a few games of Asher Militarum. I mean, do you feel like, you weren't really taking a huge amount of this stuff anyway. I mean, I suppose...
No, I tried out the field ordnance battery. It was okay. I didn't do any combos for like orders or stratagems. I was sort of playing it a bit like sort of bog standard, and so I felt like I was being let down. And I also deliberately positioned them in a way where they didn't ever get line of sight, because I was trying to hide them behind a building. But then in a way that was actually to my detriment, because I was always getting like the minus to hit, whereas I could have had them just at the back with slightly out of line of sight from some things, but sort of with line of sight onto others, so they're getting the bonus to shooting.
Nice.
Yeah, things like the Basilisk I really want to try out, and I'll probably take 1 or 2 to RFW, which is coming up in a few weeks' time, because I think that would be just a good unit as well. But yeah, I don't have an egregious amount of artillery in my list. I tend to have lots of Lehman Russes and things. Yeah. I don't have any Manticores, for example, or Death Strikes or Wyverns, but I do have the Thud guns, the heavy mortars from Forge World, which I'll run as field ordnance batteries, I guess.
Yeah. Nice, man. So next up on the list of changes looks like Black Templars. Only the Primaris Sword Brethren. What this is, as far as I can see, is they've gone from being a 5-man unit to a 10-man unit. So now you can basically or both. Yeah, you can basically have them as either a 5 or a 10-man. Which is a real win.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Interesting though, because the box originally was sold on the notion that you got 4 Sword Brethren and a Castellan, or 5 Sword Brethren. So it's interesting that they've changed this to numerals of 5, 10. Would have made potentially more sense for them to have done 4, 5, 10.
Yes, or
4, 5, 9.
Yeah, and then maybe 10. Yeah.
But I guess at that point, it's like, I guess they work on the assertion that you will be either taking the dedicated Blanche Castellan miniature, or you will be just using some other sculpt that will stand in for the Castellan. But
well, that's a bit of an assumption on their part if that's the case, because if their rules are, we are allowing you to play the models as they are in the box, and if the box literally says one of them's a Castellan, now it might be that when they've reboxed it for 9th, for 10th, they've done away with that, and it's just generic models instead. So it might be in the reboxing they've made that change, but they shouldn't just sort of assume someone's going to find an extra model from nowhere, if that's how they've sold it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Historically, in 9th edition, the Sword Brethren squad was a 4-man minimum to account for the fact that the box was 4 and a Castellan. Okay. But it is what it is. They've gone for 5/10. I think it's nice. The Sword Brethren are a really cool unit. I think having one unit of 10 Sword Brethren really strong. I think they're obviously really great when you consider adding them to maybe like a transport, 10 Sword Brethren joined by Grimaldus, for example, inside of a Land Raider Redeemer would be super cool. Admittedly, it would be cooler if you took the Crusader, but the Crusader capacity is a bit more than that. But 14 is the capacity of the Redeemer, so perfect for good old Grimaldus and his 10 Sword Brethren pals, which would be super fun.
Nice.
So that is a change next on the list. So they've made no changes to Blood Angels.
Yes, Chaos Knights is the next one with changes.
Can I just say, though, it's crazy that they've not reduced the points of Sanguri Guard. Like, Sanguri Guard are insanely overpriced at the moment.
Oh, really? How much?
215 points for 5.
Have a look about how much I care on my face.
Well, I'm just saying, man, like, it's a lot of points. Like, and the only character that can join Sangard, to the best of my knowledge, is Jump Pack Captains and Dante. So I think if you take Dante and 10
Sangard, not the Sanguinor.
I don't think the Sanguinor can, no. I think it's literally just Dante. And I think that's the thing, the crazy thing about it all is that the Dante Sanguri Guard squad is something mad. Like, I think it's like nearly 600 points.
Jeez.
10 Sangard and Dante.
I do feel like if your unit was really good in 9th edition, then the points for that unit will be really high in 10th edition. Yeah. And it's probably been toned down in terms of its rules as well, so it's probably not as good. But that's just, how they balance things in this game.
That's how it works now. This is what you get. Chaos Knights are increased in line with all big things. So Aeldari's Wraith Knight took a price increase, and then so did all of the Chaos Knights. So
I guess it's worth saying the reason why they did that is they've sort of claimed, and obviously the competitive tournament scene will also claim that it's to do with the Titanic keyword, how it interacts with terrain, because they get towering, right? So they can look over or through ruins and just shoot stuff, even though it should be obscured, because it'll be obscured for everyone else. And that sort of gives them an unfair advantage, even though stuff can shoot back at them. And that's why all these walkers have just arbitrarily gone up in points. It doesn't help that the Knight and Chaos Knights are doing quite well, because I think it's not just that rule, but I think that it's a combination of, just how durable they are and, army-wide rules and stuff like that make these units. So they're basically like a top-tier faction right now. So that's also one of the reasons why I think
Chaos Knights less so, though. Chaos Knights don't have the same stuff that Imperial Knights have. They have more models, I suppose, so that works to their benefit because they have basically 100% access to the Knights range. So every single Imperial Knight can be a Chaos Knight. But you also get an additional 2 Chaos Knight kits for the actual mid-sized Knights. And you also get an additional, I want to say, 3 Armature kits as well.
Yeah, like the War Dogs, you get quite a lot of them, There's...
where the...
There's 5 in total, so 3 extra.
I think the only knight that you can't technically take with Chaos Knights might be the Preceptor. But even then, I think you probably can take it because I think it's just a weapon that probably you just put on your...
I guess you obviously don't get the named character version.
Yeah, the difference between Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights is that basically Imperial Knights take the one Imperial Knight kit and turn it into 5 different things. So you've got the Errant, the Paladin, the Crusader, the Gallant, and the Warden. Oh, and the Preceptor. So you've got 6 different knights from one kit, whereas in Chaos Knights, they've basically got one kit that basically does all things, which I believe is the Knight Despoiler, and then they've got the Rampager, the Tyrant, the Desecrator, and the Abominant, and all of those. In fact, sorry, the Tyrant, is actually the Knight Castellan. So so they've got
like the Valiant and the Castellan.
Yeah, so they got the Rampager and the Abominant. Well, no, the Desecrator and the Abominant. So they got like 3 additional Knight kits. So it's weird. Imperial Knights have like one kit that they sort of stretch out into 6 different options, and Chaos Knights have 4 kits.
They've got more knights, more options. They can take dual wield like some of those guns.
Yes,
but yet still aren't as good.
Well, and the reason for that mainly comes down to where Imperial Knights are now from their rules from a kind of durability and lethality perspective. Giving the entire army the ability to reroll 1s and giving the entire army the ability to have feel no pain is really strong. So, Chaos Knights kind of lose out on some of that, but they've got their own tricks and they are pretty cool. But yeah, look, I mean, in all seriousness, the Knight army woefully needed to increase in points. It was far, far too powerful at the points that it was at. I think, 420 points or whatever it was for a Crusader was far too few. What's interesting, I suppose, for Chaos Knight players now, though, is that, and let me just look at the exact naming convention so as I'm saying the right one. So, yeah, where are you now? Here you are. So, yeah, the Knight Despoiler becomes a really interesting kit because the Knight Despoiler is now 470 points, but it can be armed like a Crusader, which in Imperial Knights is... hang on, let me look for the Imperial Knight points. I think the Knight Crusader is 470. Yeah, so the Knight Crusader is 475. So this kit is 5 points less than the Crusader, but you could have built your Knight Despoiler as the equivalent of a Gallant because you could have given it like 2 close combat weapons, which is a 400-point model. So depending on what you built this thing as, you're either paying 70 points over the odds or you're paying 5 points less than the Crusader.
Again, the downside of having sort of war gear options sort of thrown in for free and it effectively being power level. Yeah,
I mean, don't get me wrong, right? If you've got a Knight Despoiler armed with close combat weapons, no one is going to argue with you saying it's a Rampager, right? No one's going to argue with that. But, the fact is that if you were doing it officially, it doesn't have the right legs or the right face. Therefore, technically you should pay 470 points for that. Is a little bit crazy. But, look, I think Knights are really strong still. I think the thing is now, though, is that with these points hikes, I think Knights will very much sit in the mid-board again. I think that's where Knights should be. I don't think the game is necessarily ever in a healthy place when an army like Knights is at the top of the table, because Knights, to me, when they're strong, are just a little bit too oppressive and a little bit negative fun for people. Having played Knights throughout all of 9th edition, having played them recently at a tournament, I can tell you that I noticed that players really struggled to enjoy the game against Knights when it was as oppressive as they were. Whereas now, that's true. I am also a horrible person. But my point is that I think Knights being defeatable but difficult is a rewarding challenge. Yeah. Knights being extraordinarily strong is just negative fun. It's just literally like you're just basically, you're just raining on someone's parade when you rock up with a Knight army that they just can't deal with.
Yeah, it's fun to take down sort of Titanic vehicles, monsters, giants. But if they're not falling over and you can't shout timber, then no one's having fun.
That's it, mate. That's it. So anyway, so Chaos Knights go up, understandable. Same with Imperial Knights. We'll get to them in just a second, but you kind of get my feel for that already. Chaos Space Marines, the Corn Lord of Skulls went up, understandable. It's a big Titanic creature, so same deal with them, right? I mean, I was talking to Joe the other day about Chaos Space Marines, and he's still adamant that Chaos Space
your
Marines...
fictional friend.
My fictional friend, Joe. Yours too, Unless
he
you
is my
stop being
fictional
friends with
friend.
him.
No, I still am. I just haven't spoken to him in a while.
When's the last time you chatted to Joe?
Probably a month or two. We had a little.
His
text
face is
exchange.
falling apart at the moment.
Oh no! Is it
He's got a rotten tooth that is invading his navel cavity at the same time.
That sounds awful.
It sounds like, yeah, and he has to have surgery to get it removed, but because the NHS is a little bit underfunded these days, it's proving difficult for him to get an appointment.
Oh dear. Oh, poor him.
Exactly. So, yeah, he just screams in agony every night as he tries to sleep.
Damn you, NHS.
Not damn you, NHS. I mean, I'm sure they're trying their best.
No, yeah, I'm sure they are. Okay, poor him. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to drop him a message and make sure he's okay.
Drop him a message, reach out to him, say, I hear your face is imploding. How's that feel? And he'll just cry at you. Anyway, the point is that, yeah, I think...
what was Joe saying about them? Yeah.
Well, originally he was quite optimistic about Chaos, whereas now he's a little bit like, I'm not sure about Chaos Space Marine at the minute.
He's played enough games to know that he's not good with them.
I think it's not that he's not good with him. I think most recently he played against a mutual friend, Simon Shepherd-Jones, and his Custodes, and Simon's Custodes just minced him. And I had the same thing when I played against Simon with my Death Guard. I couldn't do anything. I'm just like, well, this is just pointless. They're just going to run at me and mulch me. But, yeah, the Lord of Skulls going up makes sense within the confines of what we're seeing here from the kind of overall design philosophy. On the topic of Death Guard, guess what happened to Death Guard, Phil?
They can be taken in squads of 7.
Oh, my God. What a world. It can actually be quite advantageous now, though, because technically with the way that Death Guard work, you could take a 7-man Plague Marine unit and attach 5 characters to it.
How?
Because Death Guard characters don't have those same restrictions. So Death Guard, as long as they're different characters, can go into one squad.
Okay, but why could you not do that many with a 10-man squad? Was there a cap on the number of models?
You could have done it with a 10-man squad as well, but this way you can fit them all in a Rhino.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, that's cool.
Or a Land Raider, I suppose.
Yeah.
So you could have, a Lord, a Sorcerer, a Ancient, all of that in a squad.
Lovely. Your Tallyman.
The Tallyman, the Plague Surgeon, all of that stuff could go into one squad and, hit that 12-man capacity and then all get crammed in a Rhino. And
then be obliterated by a unit with overs of moments.
Yes, and just sit there going, why? Why? But nonetheless, yeah, you can take them as a thing. I genuinely am flabbergasted that Death Guard didn't see a points reduction of any sort.
Well, I think this is just a hot fix for towering units and indirect. Literally, that's it. So I think another balance of points changes will happen that they've said later. So yeah, even though out of the gate it's kind of obvious that Death Guard might need to go cheaper, that will happen at a later date.
Boosh. No changes. Death Watch, no changes.
Grey Knights is the next one.
Oh,
yeah, it's literally just a 5-10-man squad though. So they're just saying, I presume it was either available in 10 and now it's also 5 or vice versa.
Makes sense. Nice change for them. Imperial Knights we've already kind of talked about. They've gone up across the board. I think it's sensible. I still think Imperial Knights are good, but I think they're in a better place now where they will definitely cause people issues. I think Imperial Knights are the army now that will consistently gatekeep and it will effectively, cause problems for certain armies, but ultimately will struggle to, beat the top armies, which, again, kind of feels right to me. I think, obviously, in the hands of a great player, you're still going to be able to do some great things with Imperial Knights. But to be honest with you, I mean, I've played them for a long time and, the army is just super swingy, right? It's basically going to come down to, can I just roll really hot? yay, I did, or no, I didn't. That's the army, right? Like, ultimately, does everything go well? The thing that's really interesting with Imperial Knights at the moment is the fact that the Imperial Agents rules work the way they do. So to me, at the moment, I think the trick to Imperial Knight armies is going to be working out what agents of the Imperium that you're adding and how you utilize those efficiently. I, for one, have been eyeing up the Arbites. I think they're a really interesting addition. I think they actually pose as really cool kind of like serfs for the Imperial Knights, like the Mechanicus.
That would be cool. Yeah. Bannermen.
Yeah, I think that's quite cool. I like the Assassins, obviously. The Inquisitors, I'm on the fence about because I think the Inquisitors are quite kind of heroic characters, and I don't necessarily... I'm sure they'd be good in game terms, but I don't like the idea of adding heroic-type things to my Knights army. Like, it feels like the Knights should be the heroes, and any kind of, like, human companions should just be in service to that. Unless they're an assassin, in which case I kind of, for some reason, give that a pass, because assassins are kind of in service to that. Yeah,
I think the only Inquisitor would be, is it Karamazov? Karamazov? The one with the mini walker.
No.
He feels like he would fit in with the Knights. Visually.
What, like he's turned up with his diddy little one? I've got my Imperial Knight!
Exactly, he's like a little armiger. So
you can imagine how much they mock him when he turns up on his little tiny little droid that he walks
you'd hope they'd take him very seriously so they wouldn't mock him.
I don't know. I think they're very bro culture in the Knights realm. As soon as he turns up on his diddy little toilet, they're gonna really let him have it.
Yeah, quite likely.
Exactly.
Speaking of the points for the Knights, it's interesting that the Gallant hasn't gone up. I assume because they're like, it doesn't have any guns to shoot, but it does. It's got a little stubber or melter gun that it could shoot, and
the rocket
missile pods and the missile pods might be the new hot pick because it's so cheap.
I think I genuinely think the Gallant at 400 points now with the overall price hikes is definitely worth putting in your army. The thing is with the Imperial Knight army, it's all about the kind of armature economy and making sure that you can manage that because you want to be able to get off those bondsman abilities. But yeah, I think the problem is with the Knight Gallant still is that the shooting variants of Knights are just so much stronger, not only in their actual options, but also in the way that they buff stuff as well. So I think the Crusader is just such a strong option right now. I think you're always going to favor the Crusader. And then at that point, it really comes down to, do you take a Warden? Do you take a Paladin? Do you take the Errant? I think at the moment, the Warden was a real no-brainer pick when it was some 60 points cheaper. I think the Night Warden used to be 430. Now it's 490 or 480 maybe. Hang on, I've just lost the page. Classic. Yeah, it's 480 now. So it used to be 420. I feel like,
but we don't know because they didn't tell us, which is the downside.
Well, no, I know because I played the army.
But I mean, they haven't, unlike in Age of Sigmar, given us the points adjustments. They've just given us the new points cost.
I think it was 420 before, though, the Warden. I'm pretty
fair enough.
But the thing is 420, it was a no-brainer. At 480, you could be looking at things like the Errant again, going, ooh, hello. 50 points less actually opens up quite a lot of options, because if you're going to prioritize one thing for me, you take the Crusader. I think the Crusader is really amazing value at 475 still, and then if you chuck in the Errant alongside that, that's sub 1,000 points, and then maybe there's an argument that you take a Gallant as well. Maybe you go Errant, Gallant, Crusader. And then at that point, you can still get a reasonable amount of armatures in. So you might be able to get 5 armatures off the back of that. Maybe not. You're probably actually looking at, still looking at 4 armatures. But that's still a pretty good ratio, all things being equal. So, Yeah, I think knights are still really good, but I don't think they're going to be the scariest thing in the world. Necrons, again, the Forge World super duper massive spider guy got an increase of points, didn't he?
Skull pack heavy construct.
Yeah, so that's no great surprise there. Orcs, the Morkanaut went up. I don't see any points increases for the Stomper, though.
That is interesting. Yeah, or things like the Squig off. I guess. Yeah,
I mean, they were quite
really have much in the way
pointed already. Though.
Yeah, maybe, or they think it's shooting just isn't that great because you're hitting on probably 5s and 6s anyway, right? But who knows? Yeah, interesting that they haven't just arbitrarily given it to all Titanic units.
Yeah. Well, again, a lot of the Forge World stuff didn't really get touched.
Yeah, because the Stomper? I mean, it's already 800 points, so maybe they've gone like it's already overcosted. So be right.
Yeah. Be a good doubles list, though, Phil. 2 Stompers. And,
yes, well, they used to be 1,000 points each, and I think me and Joe did a doubles game where we came up against 2 Stompers, which was
I remember
fun.
that. Didn't they just buy them off eBay ready painted?
Yes, yeah, they did, yeah. But that was fun. That was when Joe had his Harlequin army.
Oh, yes, and he just kissed them to death.
Yes, yeah, and then I just shot them
with his broken tooth, his mouldy face. He just used that against them.
Then Space Marines is the next one with the Desolation Squad.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I think this is 5 and 10 models again, but I think they were always available in 5 and 10. But yeah, they've just gone up in points. I'm
not sure how many buy. I think I've heard that they went up as much as 50. I never took them before, so
I feel like they were around 120 for the 5-man.
Yeah, that sounds
I could
right.
be wrong, but I think it was about that.
Yeah. So 170 seems about reasonable for those guys. They're very powerful, so it makes sense. Whirlwind's gone up, indirect fire.
Mm-hmm. There's still the Thud Gunner, right? That's not a Thud Gunner. What's it called? The
Thunderfire Cannon.
Thunderfire Cannon. That didn't go up.
No, but maybe they just didn't feel like that was especially aggressively, necessary. On
probably already overcosted because it was great last edition, so it won't be great this edition.
That's it. Tau, the Supremacy Armor's gone up. The Storm Surge has gone up. Both for Titanic. No great shocker.
Yeah.
And NIDs have had an increase specifically for Biovores, which again, out of line of sight shooting, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So no great.
Be it.
The Harpy.
It's like that's. Why would that have gone up?
I'm just looking up the actual.
Isn't that the flyer?
Yeah, I think it is the flyer.
Like the big flyer. I don't know if it's just because it's got the. I mean, I haven't looked at the rules for this. It's odd because it's.
So the Harpy. So the Harpy's monster, fly, aircraft, great devour, Harpy. Those are its keywords.
Maybe because obviously towering also affects aircraft, and I did sort of say no aircraft's really benefiting from this ability in the same way that knights are. But it might be the Harpy is the one exception to that rule because it does have a lot of shooting. So maybe that's it.
It does also have access to the Spore Mine rules, which I'm guessing are the same as the Biovores rules. So maybe they felt like because it's been particularly powerful for the Biovore that maybe they wanted to neutralize the Harpy a bit as a result.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's difficult to speculate why that in particular has been called out, but it has been. So there you go.
But yeah, I mean, it's got some more like shooting stuff at the twin. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. Maybe, 230 feels like quite a lot for what it does, unless we're clearly missing something.
Wow. That isn't uncommon for us, Phil, it's fair to say. The last of the price hikes is the World Eaters. Their Lord of Skulls is 525 points, Phil. That is 45 more points than it is if you take it as a Chaos Space Marine Lord of Skulls.
Well, it's extra killy. Is
it extra killy?
You're paying for those skulls. That's what it is.
That's it.
Because the World Eaters want those skulls.
That is true. It's hard for the Lord of Skulls to keep hold of his skulls, and it's a rough economy in the World Eaters. So fine, that makes sense. That checks out. Why wouldn't it cost more? Just because?
I know, bizarrely inconsistent, but it is what it is. I guess
I'm sure they have
whatever. I guess whatever its army-wide special rule is felt to be more of a benefit to World Eaters than generic Chaos.
So I guess what's interesting now, though, if anyone really cares about the competitive scene, I know I kind of do. So I'll say something really quickly about it, which is, now that they have neutralized some of the Elder stuff, what happens next? Because Imperial Knights were definitely very strong. They had some very obvious bad matchups, but people hadn't yet pivoted into those. So it's interesting to see how that works. And then, obviously, Aeldari have been very strong throughout. So again, with them being neutralized, what now takes its place, right? Because GSC, GC Occult, was already looking really powerful.
Yeah, they've done well.
So are they exploding onto the scene now? Are they, Phil?
I think I've seen a couple of tournament results. I thought, I could be wrong, that some of the GTs have already ran at least the Strands of Fate updates, but maybe not necessarily the points.
Last week,
Elder was still doing pretty good. It's a matter of, I guess, once the point stake affects, how much impact that will have on those factions doing well, or will they still be good because there'll be other combos that people haven't yet really just leaned into yet.
Yeah. It feels like Thousand Suns have got the potential to do some interesting stuff. I've heard a lot of people talking about them having some real potential. So I'm interested to see if they come into the fore. And yeah, overall, I think, again, it's interesting, right? Because ultimately, one of the Imperial Knights' issues was Aeldari. Aeldari has become less effective. But then there are other armies that Aeldari ran into that also did well in that matchup that could also cause Imperial Knight problems, such as GC the Cults, for example. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens going forwards. It's always interesting in the early days of these games because it's fun trying to figure out what the meta is and what is going to perform well. I'm just going to continue running Imperial Knights, Phil. I care not about what the state of affairs is. I'm just going to keep running them. I'm going to take them to RFW, I've decided.
Oh, despite everyone's reservations.
Who's had the reservations?
I thought old Tommy told you not to take them.
He didn't tell me not to take them, or did he?
I don't know. I thought I can't remember. I can't remember if it was an imaginary conversation that you had with me about
it's funny,
what
actually,
you might have said versus what you actually said. So
I think it's the funny thing. I think we actually talked about it on this podcast. So just, last week, time ago has been forgotten. But, anyway, the point is I'm just going to keep playing Imperial Knights.
You want that trophy. That's what it is.
I did say I was going back to win it.
Well, I think you got good odds of doing it, unless I take an all anti-knight units and hope we get paired up at some point. Although I've got to smash my way through some Custodies first of all, so I'll have fun doing that.
Oh, is that your round one opponent, Custodies?
Yeah, so it's Luke, who I'd met. I've played against him a few times at No Retreat. So
I saw the name of my opponent, but I have no idea what they're bringing.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting. Well, I suppose I've got other options. I could take Drakari.
Yeah.
Or I could take Blood Angels.
Yeah, I guess.
I could take Dark Angels.
You could too. Yeah.
I could take Adeptus Titanicus. Not Titanicus.
I mean, you could. That would be hilarious. It's a mini Warlord Titan. He's the size of a Space Marine, by all means.
Yes, yeah. Anyway, that's enough of that chat. Transitional noise. Phil.
Hello.
Hello, mate. It's the end of the show.
Woo!
Ooh, I was hoping you'd pick up the usual patter where you go, but you know better than that.
That's your line. I can't say that.
No, that's true. Anyway, you know better than that, Phil, because here we are to ramble on in the outro segment where we just talk about general hobby fun. At this moment in time, we've only recorded my tournament summary. So it's difficult to know what we'll actually get around to doing for this episode. I imagine, Phil, we probably will have done a segment on the new points and or the changes as per the balance thing.
Yeah, that seems to make sense that we'd have done that. Yeah.
So that's off the table. We probably... I think that's really it. Oh, no, we would have done content about the
GT
reveals.
mission pack.
The non-40k reveals.
Non-40k reveals, yeah.
Yeah. So those are probably the things we will have done. So what we won't have done, Phil, other than the times where we just kind of go off on a tangent and talk about Age of Sigmar. So we won't have talked about the changes to Age of Sigmar and how exciting they are. So I reckon we just do Age of Sigmar chat. What do you reckon?
Yeah, okay. Go on.
How are you feeling, Phil, about AOS and the changes that have been made? Basically, your stuff got cheaper, right?
Yes. What I will say is what I like about their balance update is it's a list of points changes, but the key thing is they give you the differential between the old points and the new points, so you can actually see if stuff has gone up and down. Whereas the points changes that they've done already for 40k with the knights and mostly artillery across all factions going up if it ignores line of sight is just the new points, and you don't actually know how much it's actually gone up, so you've got to refer to the old document, and it's like AOS, as always, is the shining beacon of just doing it better. So yeah, looking at the new update for my Nighthorn, it's a lot easier to I see a lot of green rows everywhere. So my army's probably made up of Hexwraiths, which has had, I think, 3 points hikes in a row. They haven't been changed at all, so they're staying where they are, but everything else in my army, which is effectively characters, has gone down. So my old army of just all horses I could probably do again. But it's good to see that other units have also gone down in price, and I made some slow start on building some of those characters, and then I've paused them. So I need to, when we get back to playing AOS, I'll sort of work on those, and probably some more units like Spirit Hosts I think would be quite good. And a few other things. Obviously, there's the General's Handbook coming out, which we may cover in a future episode when that comes out. Because it will be interesting to see what they do, because obviously every season of the General's Handbook in AOS has a different theme to it. It's always set in a different realm. There's specific artifacts that every faction has access to that they can bolt on. There's always a themed spell or two, and it sounds like this one's got loads of magic and a whole different sort of a magic mechanic to it. So that'll be interesting to check out how that was. Previously, we had things like the Galatian Champions, which was special characters on foot that got unique access to artifacts and effectively like their own mini warlord trait that they could get as well. So I assume those are going, but I don't know, because sometimes they always keep hold of some of it as a holdover and then introduce new mechanics as well.
I think Galatian Champions are basically gone
in favour of, I guess, the Wizards.
Because they're moving. So instead. They're moving from.
Was it Gur, the realm of beasts, to something else?
Well, I think So it's a place called Antor is the name of the place, I believe. So they are focusing now more.
Oh, on is it Realm of Life? I think.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Although, yeah, I think so. I mean, again, I'm not super swatted up on all of these lore-related things within AOS just yet. But, I mean, yeah, to your point, though, Phil, if I could just say, the presentation of Age of Sigmar in terms of the documents they produce really great. Like, this battle scroll for Antor that they've done is fantastic. Like, it's so well laid out. The fact that the points, as you've already spoken about, are actually demonstrated with the differences. It's just a really nice little bit of quality of life, you know? You look at it and you go, goodness, this is really nice. Like, it just works really well. And also, like, what I really love, and I know I wax lyrical about this a lot, but what I really love about the balance updates that they do on Age of Sigmar is the way that Matt, the developer man, I feel like I'm probably developing something resembling a man crush on him here, but Matt, the developer man from Age of Sigmar, like the way he talks about this stuff and the way that that team identify problems and the way that they address those problems is amazing, right? Basically, they've gone through it and they've gone, what are some of the problems? So as a Orruk War Clan Ironjaws player, they've gone, oh, you know what? We have actually noticed that there's this unique situation with Orruk War Clans, which is they're 3 books in one. You know, they're Cruel Boys, they're Savage Orcs, and they're Ironjaws. So we need to actually add rules to the book in order to try and bring them up. So they've given us, as Orruk War Clan players, 2 new battle tactics.
Okay.
Nice. So as an Ironjaws player now, I actually have additional battle tactics that I can call upon. So I've got That's Our Turf now. You complete the tactic if at the end of the turn, 2 or more friendly Ironjaws units are within 3 at the center of the battlefield. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I actually think it's a really easy
seems to be
thing for them to do. But then obviously, I suppose so much of Age of Sigmar is fought over the middle ground. I think it does make sense that having access to that rule is good, but it's not a guaranteed thing to happen. Although I suppose if you do go first, it's a really great opener just to go like, hey, I'm just going to have 2 dudes in the middle. Hey.
Yes. Yeah.
But again, and again, it's units within 3, so it's not wholly within 3 in the battlefield as well. So yeah, it's pretty strong. But anyway, yeah, so it's really amazing that when they go through it, they actually identify situations and actually address it. So, for example, unit coherency. Again, talking about my Ironjaws, one of the issues you and I experienced, Phil, with my 6-man pig unit was that it didn't work in a coherency sense. So rather than having all my pigs in a nice line that could hit hard in a line formation, I had to always have one of them at the back to basically maintain squad coherency.
Or even 2, I think, at one point.
Yeah, I think it was 2. Yeah, I had to have 2 at the back to maintain squad coherency.
Yeah, so yeah, they've changed it now. So unit coherency up to 6 models can just be in a line, right? Which is good because actually lots of units, although 5 tends to be the default, there are lots of units that are a bit more elite that go in like units of 3 and 6. And you know, 40k sort of does that as well with some units, and it's actually quite good that weirdly 40k did a similar thing for 10th edition. I presume predominantly more because you can add a character to a unit of 5 to make it 6, but there are some units in squad sizes of 6 as well, which also would benefit from that change. So it's kind of nice that they both happened at the same time, which is probably more of a coincidence than anything.
Oh, totally. I mean, again, so the changes to the rally rule, which were explored in the last Meta Watch, and I just think overall, I think there's just some really smart changes here that demonstrate an understanding of game mechanics and a appreciation of the community. And I just think it's really lovely when you've got a design studio that, at least on a surface level, appear to get it. Do they always get it right? I still haven't listened to Rob of Honest Wargaming fame's appraisal of this GHB. I imagine he will say some things that are notably strong, because I can imagine that some of these new magic abilities they're giving are going to be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I briefly saw someone talk about a spell that I think, and I could be misquoting here, does something like 3d6 mortal wounds, but the casting value is on a 12, so it's almost impossible to pull off, unless, of course, you have some huge manipulation of getting plus modifiers to your casting. So yeah, that sounds quite interesting in terms of like how mad they might be going with the magic. I think the other interesting thing is the General's Handbook's moved from a 6-month format to a 12-month format, so this is lasting a whole year, which
Love it.
Personally I think is a really good change. I suspect a lot of competitive community kind of liked the high turnaround of a 6-month edition, in part because it keeps the missions fresh, but also if it is in quotes bad General's Handbook because some of the rules are a bit janky or whatever, then you don't have too long to wait before it's changed. So, but yeah, I mean, personally, I think a year's a bit better because obviously we bought the last General's Handbook back in January, and it's now redundant, right? So it hasn't lasted long, but we got, what, 5, not quite 6 months out of it, I would say.
We did get 6 months out of it. We didn't necessarily maximize it, but we did get it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. But I think 12 months would be better. I feel like that's more value for money because the General's Handbook isn't cheap. It's a bit of a luxury product. And is a bit, I think, actually more expensive than the 40k version, but it's a bit more of a quality product at the same time. So I don't mind it, especially if it's for a year. Then it's 6 months is too much.
It's so much more a quality product. I think, again, without wanting to just sit here and suggest that this thing is perfect. The General's Handbook, its ring binded kind of presentation, what it contains within, the tokens.
You get like a sheet of tokens and
it's great.
Yeah.
It's
like
really good.
And stuff. Mm.
It's fantastic, in fact. I think, there's so much stuff they do in Age of Sigmar that is just a gold standard in terms of production and quality. Like, it feels like more and more that, and again, without being unreasonable, it feels like a lot of the time with the AOS stuff that those guys have more of a plan and they're a lot closer to their communities and they know the kinds of ideas that they want to express and they're working on this stuff in advance to the point that they're actually a little bit ahead of the curve. So, they can deliver things on time and create this content ready for it to be done to a high standard. I kind of feel like more and more with the 40k team, even though I've said earlier and many times throughout this podcast that I love 10th edition at the minute, or not love, but I'm enjoying 10th edition at the moment. It always feels like, the 40k team are the kid whose homework got eaten by its dog. You know what I mean? Like, they always feel like they're on the back foot. They never seem like, they just seem so disorganized and so
yeah, I mean, it's it does feel like they're doing, like, fighting fires, right? They're always being reactive rather than proactive, and it might be it's like because the edition's only just come out. The edition was a massive reset, so they've had to go through all the data sheets and stuff. So it's not going to be perfect and it's not going to be as play tested, but the hope is that the codexes will be. But you're right. I think maybe with the exception of like AOS 1, when that had its huge reset, there was no points. All the rules were a bit mad, right? That was the only time it felt like they were in a similar situation, whereas it feels like since AOS 2 and 3, it's just gotten better and better and a lot more sure. I think what will be interesting is, so obviously we've just had the Arcs of Omen book series. The Dawnbringer book series for AOS is just coming out. I can't remember how many books they've said that is, or if they have. It's obviously going to be at least 3, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's also 5. Which... Actually, wait, maybe it'd be 4, because there's like, how many horses of the apocalypse are there? There's 4, right?
4.
And I think they've got the harbingers of the apocalypse or something along those lines. So that's maybe 4 or 5. So maybe if the books are based on that, it'd be that. But it'd be interesting to read those actually, and story-wise, and kind of compare it to how they're doing in 40k and what we think of that.
Yeah, man. I'd love to do that for sure. I think this is the thing. I think with the... Because again, though, I suppose... Because I guess, is Age of Sigmar 4 coming out next year? It must be.
Yeah, in a way, it's a bit like, I don't want it to.
No, I don't either. I think
feel
Age of Sigmar's great at the minute. They don't need a new AOS.
I know, because it only feels like 3's just come out. And I said that about, 10th edition. I was like, it only feels like 9th's just finished, so why reset it? Even though everyone said it was a bad edition, but I feel like almost AOS is in a great place where it could ride the game just, and yeah, it's like you've got the general's handbooks. It's like, just keep that going for another like 3-4 years. Because that is what's bringing in the freshness to the game. Give
us new factions. That'll do. That's what we need.
If every army's getting a balance update or like a campaign which can include more models in, so that's how you're releasing the rules. Or the AOS ones are always free anyway, right? So that doesn't actually make a difference. You could just drop a unit for people to buy. And that's what 40k used to be for years. I think it was like on a 4 to 5 year life cycle originally, and you just had campaigns or just units just coming out, and that's how the game pretty much progressed as it went on. So I'd rather that for a bit, and that's something we haven't had in, it feels like, even AOS, even though I've not played it, but I've always been aware of it, and 40k for a long time, where it's just been like, okay, let's just release all the codexes. Once that's out, maybe do a campaign, series or book series, and then just let's reset everything. It's like, no, just unless it really needs to be reset, just don't do it. Like, I don't mind them re-releasing the core rules with some updates to it. So like a new printed version with all the erratas and amendments that they've made over those few years. That's, to me, what they should be doing.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the thing, right? Wouldn't it be great if the next edition of Age of Sigmar was just, look, it's a big box and it's got a new rule book in it, which is updated to reflect everything. And we are taking the story forwards and we are doing all this stuff. But here's the thing. It's basically the same game that you are playing right now. It's just it is the same game. That's it. We're not going to update any of these books or all this other stuff unless we start expanding factions or want to try and do. The problem is, obviously, it's the Games Workshop business won't allow that. It has to keep churning. So they have to. They could do like an expansion instead, and that's something we haven't ever seen. Wouldn't that be great? They did Malign Sorcery for AOS 2, right? But that sort of came out with the game, but it was like a sort of a bolt-on as well. But they could do something like that where it's like, it's 3.1, right? It's the same game, but updated rulebook, which is pretty much the same, but maybe better photos or new photos and stuff. The game's the same, but actually, here's a little expansion for playing the game slightly differently. And then that's the twist for this edition of the game, to give it a bit more life and maybe do that a bit more. And then eventually at some point, do a 4.0. Yeah. Here's a question, Phil. Do you think for Age of Sigmar 4, whatever it ends up being, do you think they will bravely bite the bullet and not do Stormcast in the box set?
I'd sort of hope they would, or if they do Stormcast, just maybe redo some of that old Stormcast in the new style armor and proportions, because it's a lot nicer. I think everyone's been saying it with the Cities of Sigmar being really beautiful, and that they are the human faction, they are the relatable view into this world, and that they will be a much better faction for people to buy into the universe and the game. So just inherently because they are humans, so you can therefore compare everyone to that human scale, level, power and strength, that sort of thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised I would be surprised if they did that, but it would be like a welcome surprise. It'd be like, oh, that's cool. Very brave of them as well, because obviously Stormcast are that kind of Space Marine poster boys.
I just don't think people who play AOS care. I think but I suppose their argument becomes, but how do we get people interested in Age of Sigmar? We need the Stormcast to get people to buy in. I don't think that's true at all. I think people look at Stormcast and go, ugh. I just think they're actually... I'm not being ridiculous with this statement. I hope not. But I think every time I'm engaged with Age of Sigmar, the least interesting thing about it is Stormcast Eternals. They're so boring.
It's we had 7 editions. I think it was 7 editions of Warhammer Fantasy without Stormcast. It's you can do a fantasy setting without them, and it's kind of cool that they're there. I like a lot of the minis. Do I think they're an interesting faction? Maybe not. Is that in part because the lore hasn't been expanded in quite the same depth that Space Marines has? Space Marines are iconic and been going for years. There's always history and story behind them. Stormcast still, I think, to this day, don't quite have that level of detail to them. But also, it's fantasy's got so much more going for it. There's so many more interesting things. You could explore Cities of Sigmar till I'm blue in the face, and I'd happily want more. It's you can redo the generic dwarves, and you sort of got the elves with the Lumineth, but generic dwarves that aren't Caradron overlords or fire slayers, you could redo them in the same way as Cities of Sigmar to give them a bit of a fresh take. That'd be really cool. I still want the vampire coast that you can get from the Warhammer Total War game, right? Because that's just such a... If you've ever seen concept art for those, they're just a phenomenal faction. It's vampire, zombie, pirates. What more do you want, right? That's really cool.
Yeah, it sounds amazing, man. I think that's the thing I'd love to see. Maybe I think if in an ideal world, I'd love to see a juxtaposition of ogres versus humans or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe it was a Cities of Sigmar thing versus ogres or something. I like the idea of the ogres as being one of the faction boxes for sure. Because because the ogres represent you could envision the idea of ogres coming down from the mountains, from the snow and all the rest of it to kind of
because there's 2 types of ogres, isn't there? There's the ice ones, right? And then there's the generic sort of ogres as well, and so they could explore both of them quite readily, I think.
And I think the ogre range is one of those ranges that would really benefit from a little bit of TLC, because I think people enjoy the concept of ogres. It's just that they're a bit strangely realized. It's like what's gone on with lizard men recently, the Seraphon. That range refresh is unbelievable. It's so nice. If you could do that for something like the ogre range, or even maybe Skaven.
Skaven haven't had any love at all. Basically, they've had actually just the new, which we would have talked about, the new. Is it Warcry? I think it's a Warcry warband, or it's an Underworlds one. I can't remember which. Maybe Underworlds. They look great, but they haven't really changed. And it's similar with classic dwarves, right? They haven't touched them at all. Since the editions come out, and Skaven do fit perfectly from transitioning to fantasy to AOS, and they've maybe done 1 or 2 characters in that time, but it's you could redo a lot of those models in the same way that you've redone Seraphon, and I hope they will. I think that they need to do them justice. And as you say, with ogres, there used to be some really phenomenal character sculpts that were only available in fine cast. There was like the ogre with the rolling pin. There was like the pirate. There was like a bunch of them, and I think one or two is still available, but most of them have, disappeared over the years. So they could redo those kind of characters in a sort of much more AOS theme. They've touched on the whole like the mercenaries, like the of renown. I can't quite remember, the Dogs of War. That's it. And they've sort of made just generic boxes, right, of models that already exist, and they've slapped on that Regiment of Renown sort of tag. But what I would generally love to see, and maybe this is the 4.0 expansion, is genuine actual Regiments of Renown, where they release brand new minis that are from like these fantastical races or factions that we haven't yet seen. Maybe some of them are pre-existing ones as well. In a almost like how they do it with Underworld and Warcry, where they show us these things that we've never really seen any of them again, right? So they give us really cool, like unique Chaos War bands from these like lesser deities or like obscure factions, and they never really expand it into like a full army. And they could do that with Regiments of Renown for like niche human factions or other races. And that could be the way of making the game more interesting by encouraging everyone to buy mercenaries, right, for their army.
Yeah, totally. I think that's the thing. I think, all I'm saying is I think, bizarrely, I don't know, maybe I'm incorrect in my assertion, but it feels like the Stormcast Eternals experiment has kind of not reached its conclusion. Like, I think you should just support them like you support everything else now, and just be like, every now and again is a new thing.
Yeah, they've gotten so big, it feels a bit crazy to keep making more stuff for them, because their range is already twice, if not 4 times the size of pretty much every other faction. So you do just need to be like, is there any point just churning out more models for them? Because I assume they're just not as popular as Space Marines, I would hazard a guess, because it feels like whenever we go to an event, no one's really playing them, unless of course there might be a lot of young kids and that's their army of choice, and they're not going to events, right, because they're easy to put together, they're quite simple to paint and stuff like that. So there might be a whole range of a target audience for Stormcast that we're not getting. We're not that demographic, right? Yeah,
I suppose you are right. It's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, you don't know what you don't know, but it just feels more and more to me that, like, I just don't think anyone cares about them. I know it sounds ridiculous, and I'm sure someone listening is going, no, I love my Stormcast Eternals. And if that is you, fantastic. Good for you. I'm not saying you can't like them. I'm just saying...
You shouldn't.
No, not that you shouldn't, but I'm just saying that, like, that's cool, but I think that, like, again, Stormcast are the least interesting thing about AOS, and I think, in my opinion, and I think I would just love to see them just support them, sure, but support them like every other range. Because again, if you
give them the odd mini here and there.
But that's the thing. If you're telling me that for the next box you're going to give them a new squad, 3 more characters, another mounted guy on something massive, a chariot, another gun option, like if you're going to give them like another 8 things, it's like, good God, it's ridiculous. It's like, at this point, it's like, they are so... I mean, I understand that Space Marines are overblown within the context of 40k. I get that. But that in itself is crazy. But, like, this is noticeably mad.
Yeah, I think the answer is their efforts would be better spent on doing other things. It's like, we've had enough Stormcast. They're great, right? They're all right. The minis are cool. You don't really need to just keep churning out more Stormcast. But yeah, you can still have them as the poster boys, but you can have another faction in the launch boxes and stuff. I if anything, they could redo the old ones. Like, I wouldn't mind that too much if they took the first edition sculpts and redid them now because the quality has vastly improved. So I'd quite like that personally.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like, if you just look at just like listings for this on Games Workshop's website, like within the Alliance of Order, the Seraphon are the most numerous after the Stormcast Eternals. They're not even half of the Stormcast Eternals. They've got 29 listings for Seraphon things. They've got 68 for Stormcast Eternals, right? So like, and this is the thing, right? Like, a lot of the Seraphon is repetition. Like,
because it would be dual boxes and stuff, right?
Well, exactly. They've got 2 of the same Stegodon. They've got 3 of the same Carnosaur. They've got, they've got 2 of the same Pterodon riders. Like,
is everything out for the Seraphon? I assume so.
As far as this current range,
yeah, because I didn't know because obviously they did that army box, and I didn't know if all of those were now released individually or if they were still being held back. But even so, that would just be 2 or 3 units, I would have thought, that they're missing if that really was the case.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I just think, I don't know. A little bit of a weird little rant, but just, God, stop it with the Stormcast Eternals for a bit. Just give us something else. Like, give us a whole new faction.
Or give us a redo or an expansion of Blades of Khorne. Because it felt like they were meant to be the bad boys of Age of Sigmar. Alongside Storm.
Well, they are at the moment. If you watch the Meta Watches.
Oh no, I haven't yet. So I need to. But yeah, it feels like narrative-wise, they're meant to be the bad boys, right? And they never did anything else with them ever since. So it'd be nice for them to get a bit more love and make of them.
They layered regular Khorne demons into their army now, so it's all together, isn't it?
Okay.
That's basically the way they've kind of padded out all of these Chaos Rangers. They've just kind of gone, here is a load of Zeech demons, and here's some extra stuff for them. Here is some Slaanesh demons, here's some extra stuff for them. And the same is true of Blades of Khorne. It's just, here's some Khorne demons, and here's some extra humans that go alongside them. Yeah, it's interesting, man. But look, I mean, again, at the moment, super excited to be playing a bit more AOS, to be fair. It's been cool. As I say, I think I'm going to go with 2 more Crushers going forwards in my 2,000 point armies. I'm going to go for Gordrak and a regular Maul. You thinking of anything in particular you're thinking for taking your army up to 2,000 points, Steve? Maybe the Flesh Eater Court battalion that's in the new... the new book.
I looked at it wasn't a Flesh Eater Court one. I did look at the original Armies of Renown, which was the zombie, because I had the Plague cart, which I have a lot of the parts for, because I used it to kit bash my Rat King. So I've got all the other Plague cart bits minus the human fleshy bits. So I was like, I could maybe use that in some way, because I like the idea of having a Plague cart. Because again, it was a chariot, so my original theme was all horses, right? So I could kit bash the Plague cart with some ghost horses or something. And then obviously I had the zombies as well. That kind of seemed alright. That tickled my interest, but not enough to actually buy it, even though I've actually probably got all the bits, because I've got all the Cursed City models up in a box somewhere. I think things I've got half built. I've got I wouldn't say Cruel Gas, but that's a different model. I've got the King. I can't quite remember his name. Kurdros. He's got his big mace, because he's the only thing that does flat 3 damage, I think, in my army. I've got Lady Alinda I'd like to build as well as like my 2 big characters. I've got the Lord Executioner and the Spirit Torments. Is that no? There's one with a lantern that's really popular, because he can bring models back, and he's a wizard, and he's a generic wizard as well, so he might be quite a useful one. So I've got him built and primed already, so he's sort of ready to go on the next lot of painting. Yeah, and I think Spirit Hosts as well, I think would be quite cool. And I had an idea with Chain Rasps. So Chain Rasps were the small horde type guys. And at one point, I think I even talked about it on the show, where I wanted to get some large bases and do like a multi-base for them. So I wanted some mausoleum pieces from the scenery kit, have them there, and then the ghosts all around the mausoleum pieces to make these little diorama, like 5-man bases that I just shuffle around, because actually trying to shuffle around like 20 plus models is just a bit of a pain. But I thought actually, because AOS is so like almost like pinpoint accurate on movement and engagement range, I could imagine lots of people having issues with like me suddenly using wound counters for stuff that shouldn't really have it. So actually what I did realize is I could do that same concept, but with spirit hosts, because they have 3 ghosts per base and they're quite large bases. And the spirit hosts, much like the hex wraiths, are very old kits, and I obviously kit bashed my own hex wraiths. So kit bashing my own spirit hosts would actually be in keeping with my army. So I was thinking maybe I'll have them on their sort of mini diorama bases. And they're meant to be quite good in general, because you can basically take the wounds from your character onto them on like a 2-up, I think it is. So they're a good way of absorbing damage on your characters. So those were the things I was mostly looking at. And obviously I've got a black coach at some point for that final like couple of 100 points for 2000. But I feel like I'm lacking some decent characters, as in like the big hitters, and as well as I think I actually need some general more like horde units as well. So I'll see how I get on with those. But yeah, I don't know when I get around to actually building and painting them though.
You're not super excited about adding Craven Throne Guard to your army?
No,
I know you bought the kit.
No, I didn't get Craven Throne Guard. I was looking at it when we went to Element Games last up in Nottingham, and I did stare at it quite a lot.
You did? So much so I was convinced you bought it.
No, I didn't. I kind of wanted to, because they're very cool. They're very bad though, rules wise, because they're like one shots each. Arrows with like, it's either 18 or 12-inch range. It's really short, and they don't do much basically. So as cool as they would be, maybe I'd like to get them at some point. Like when I've got a 2,000 point army that I feel like is playable and good, I feel like I can then expand out into the stuff that I want but I know is useless. So I will get them eventually. The thing I want to get more is the Underworld's warband that they just released for the headsmen executioners. And again, I don't think they're very good, but they're kind of cool looking, and they've got some sort of fun gimmicky like charge mechanics and stuff which might be worth exploring. And they look
cool. Amazing.
Yeah, so I'd rather them than the Craven Throne Guard.
That's fair. Cool beans. How you doing otherwise, though, mate? You all right? Any other stuff you wanted to talk about, or should we wrap it up?
I think we probably
can. Been building any fun kits lately?
Only for my shop. So I'm in the process of making a kind of hunter-killer missile type of thing, because obviously they're all free now. So why wouldn't I put them on my tank? So I'm in the process of scratch building one out of plasticard. I say about halfway there, but I'm probably not. It's I've got the base shape of the missile all made, and then I want to create a couple of different ways to mount it. So you can like mount it on the tracks, or you can mount it on the turret, but then you can angle it in different ways, so it can either shoot straight ahead or upwards or something, So I and other people have choices about how they want to customize their tanks with their missiles, basically.
Nice.
So that's what I've been doing for some of this week at least. What about you? Have you been doing any actual hobbying?
Yeah, quite a lot actually. I was working on my Death Guard collection. Really excited about getting some games in with them in the future, but I think it just comes down to priority. I mean, I've already played a lot of games with Death Guard in early 10th, so I do really like them. I've essentially built loads of stuff for him now and undercoated those, so I'll be able to use them in casual gaming and plan to do so. I think really the thing that I need to do at the minute is yet again go on a bit of a cull and kind of, work out what I need to kind of keep hold of. I'm very lucky that I now have the space that I can store a lot of this stuff, but it is still an exercise that needs to be observed at the moment. I need to go through the process of buying more really useful boxes and putting all my stuff in them and putting them in cupboards and getting them all organized in such a way as I can effectively dispose of or sell on many of my collection of cases. Like, I want to be in a situation where my miniatures are basically stored in really useful boxes and that I have like a single case that is perfectly designed so as it can store the really useful cases within it. And then I can just basically be like, cool, this weekend I'm playing with this army, and I just get them out of their cases, or I get the relevant cases and put them in the thing.
Well, so I found like a sort of IKEA style bags where they're kind of heavy duty and they got a flat bottom, fit the really useful cases really well. So you can stack a couple in there and just carry it around quite handily. I think in terms of, I need to do some hobbying probably for RFW, because I'm sort of in a weird position where my Minotaurs army is no longer at 1750 points. It's gone down to like 145, I think. So I can't play that. My Thunder Warriors, as much as I really want to do them as a project, is probably a year away from being playable in terms of, unless I really got myself in gear to finish building the units that I've mostly built and then get those painted. But it's like a lot of my guard isn't as functional anymore because some of them just doesn't have rules anymore. And then the stuff that I do still have playable is like, okay, what's actually kind of good, or how do I want to play it this edition? So I need to start looking at some stuff and going, okay, do I want to lean into Scions and Kazakin and kit bash up some new models, or what can I use from my current army that's viable, basically? So I feel like I might need to, or do I want to build up like a couple of new kits because I've got tons.
It's difficult, man, when these new editions come along. I mean, I don't think any of us were expecting Games Workshop to make the points so much cheaper that your armies became so much more massive, like especially when they were talking about how everything's going to get sped up. It sort of feels like, well, now the game seems quite, the way they've sped it up is there's just more stuff on the table that just murks each other so quickly. Like the game feels much more swingy in that sense.
Well, I think with the Minotaurs as well, I was running stuff as relic contemptors. Now I was running it. I mean, technically, I mean, I was barely making 1750 as it was before. I think I was like more like 1700 or less. Although I saying that, technically I could still run them as relic contemptors because they've released the rules for them and the points now, so that is viable. But you just can't use them in the app, which makes me not want to touch it with a barge pole.
Indeed. Well, look, at the end of the day, mate, I think using your Krieg feels like the right play. I think it'll be nice to see you running them again. I know you ran them in a game against Richie the other day, so it sounds like you're getting a feel for them again. Yeah, I mean, that was a tough work because there's a lot of rules for them. It's and I feel like, so basically I ran them in since 6th edition, 7th edition, 8th edition, 9th edition, when they basically didn't have a codex or didn't have a 9th edition codex for ages. The one time I really didn't use them at all was when they did get their 9th edition codex, the glory days of when they were apparently very good. So it's like, and now they're back to being at the bottom of the league table once again. So it's like, classic. I've missed out on getting to smash you up good, Dan. I mean, that was exclusively your decision, Phil.
No, I know. It feels like the complexity in how they operate now is it went up in the 9th Ed Codex and sort of stayed there. Like, you've got to run lots of synergies to make stuff work well. Like I've ended up like a lot of times I'm hitting on 5s a lot of times. Like, what's going on? They shouldn't be doing that. But it's either because it's indirect or it's heavy and you're moving stuff around. But yeah, you need orders and strats to make stuff really work. And it was just, I was pretty much just trying to learn the data cards. So I didn't really get around to using orders all that much. And then forgetting that some stuff could be ordered because like the rapier laser destroyers I took used to always be vehicles. So only tank commanders could give them orders. But now they're infantry, so only the infantry squads can give them orders. And it was like forgetting stuff like that. Or I took a tank commander thinking it could either order the artillery or it could order itself. And all the artillery was infantry now, but wasn't before. And it can't order itself. So I was like, I've probably paid an extra 100 quid on this. Not 100 quid, 100 points or whatever it is. And it's like, it can't even do the one thing that I've paid the points for because it can't order anything. So I was like, oh, that's not a very optimal list at all, but it's great learning experiences, which is what you need in those first few games to sort of get a feel for the list and how it works. So the next game, I've got a much better idea how I should be running stuff. Yeah,
it is a process for sure. Figuring out all these new rules, getting the reps in, feeling comfortable with it. It's a lot of effort, you know. I mean, when I think to myself the amount of games I've already played, I mean, I'm in double digits, right? Like I've played approaching 20 games of 10th edition now. And, you know, you think about the amount of hours that actually is and the amount of time it's been available for. I mean, that's within a 3-week span, as it were. So I've really committed a lot of effort to playing a lot of it. And, yeah, it's not something anyone can do easily. You know, I'm, dare I say, fortunate under my circumstances that I was able to do that. But yeah, it's a big commitment learning new armies and figuring out new rule sets, and it takes a lot of dedication to start getting comfortable with all this stuff. So yeah, no, I completely sympathise with your perspective, mate. So keep on trucking. I'm sure you'll figure it out. But
for sure,
mate, I'm excited to see him. But look, mate, I reckon that'll do. Thank you as always to you, our lovely listeners. We really appreciate it. Maybe if you're not already one, you might consider supporting us on Patreon. Noting that obviously we love and appreciate you just listening anyway. But you know, doesn't hurt to ask or suggest, I suppose. But that's it. That's the end of episode. What is this, 159?
I think so, yeah.
It's the end of episode 159. So thanks very much, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.